don't want to do. These same countries that sent their own troops to Greenland as a show of force to stop a Trump invasion and then called them all back after the Germans and the French couldn't get along. These are the countries that have militaries, have money, and they just don't want to spend it. They don't want to do anything about it. They want to see America's president fail. And that's the real problem with this whole arrangement, isn't it?
The National Security Advisor during President Trump's first term, also Vice President of National Security for the Heritage Foundation. Great to see you today. I want to start with oil and how jarring it must be for people around the world, nations, friend or foe, to hear the President of the United States say, yeah, you know, we don't really need the Strait of Hormuz the way you do. In fact, we have a lot of oil. We could sell it to you.
Wow. Tables have turned.
No, it's an absolute strategic reset, Harris, and this changes our approach to energy markets that has been in place since 1980, since President Carter laid out his doctrine that the United States would ensure the free flow of energy out of the Gulf because we were dependent on that energy. We're not anymore, and yes, we're part of a global market, but that's not our supply that we have to worry about. That's a supply that China should be worrying about.
Exactly. If you can't get the oil, the price doesn't matter.
India needs to worry about, and Europe needs to worry about. So I think they're on notice that the United States will help, and hopefully the Iranian regime will accept the president's terms and open up the strait. But if they don't, there's going to be a burden on other parts of the world to resolve this situation.
Look, we just saw a hit on a British property, and I'm wondering if the Prime Minister Starmer, who's been wishy-washy throughout this whole thing pretty much, is getting the message of what you just said about the president's plans with regard to the strait.
I don't think he is.
I think there's a lot of panic in European capitals today, Harris, primarily in Brussels. And the message they're sending to their citizens is you need to shelter in place, essentially. Stop driving so much. Stop flying so much. Don't heat your houses. Conserve energy. They're essentially imposing the energy restrictions. Exactly. It's in Politico Europe, so I'm not making it up. But this is their attempt to impose their radical climate agenda because of the conflict in Iran, which is ridiculous. And
that's so fascinating. So they've got this massive problem in their economies because the price of oil changed. Their ability to get it is non-existent. And what are they doing? They're going even harder on these green mandates, these planet mandates on their own citizens. They're just crushing their way of life because they don't want to help President Trump.
Should have done it before, should have done it with us, as we asked.
We'll see if they do it. Courage. Wow. The Wall Street Journal editorial board says a NATO exit would be, quote unquote, the height of folly and help Moscow, Tehran, and Beijing. What's your reaction to that?
I don't think so.
I think I take a little bit of a different view, Harris. I think this is a long overdue reassessment of NATO, which is now 80 years old. Is it performing the function it needs to? And I think the United States is in a shooting war. President Trump probably doesn't have a great deal of time to hold their hands and help them through this, but there are going to be some tough conversations down the road. Right now, we need to focus on capable allies. Israel, first and foremost, the UAE, both of whom are performing exemplarily well, have incredible capabilities that can help us.
And they are helping us. They're on our side. They want to work with us. So you can't be allied with the entire world at once, but we've got these allies in the Gulf along with Israel, and they're playing ball. They want to see what we want to see. We have shared objectives. Then we have our friends in Europe who say they don't have a shared objective with us, which they probably should, but it seems like they don't. And whether Trump leaves NATO or stays in NATO, it's revealed to be not the greatest arrangement at all, really, for anybody.
The job in Iran. He's also considering withdrawal from NATO, even though he wouldn't be able to do it without two-thirds vote from the Senate. After member countries refused to join against Iran, the president said, quote, absolutely, without question, wouldn't you do that if you were me, when asked if he would pull out? Let's bring in Michael Allen, former National Security Council Senior Director under President George W. Bush. So between their reaction to the Greenland, which, by the way, we're expanding bases, and between them not letting us use their bases, Italy flat out said no, Spain says no, and they put limitations on the UK. Can you blame the president for feeling that way?
I can't blame the president for feeling that way. If simply put, it's outrageous. It's one thing for the Europeans to say, hey, listen, you didn't consult us enough before the military action, so we're not going to get involved kinetically. But it's quite another to say, listen, we're not even going to let you use your bases on our territory. I mean, that's what they're for, after all.
I know.
So I think it's
and
a huge
bases,
foul
which we pay
by
for.
the Europeans, and I hope they step up in some way on Hormuz, or I think this will be a big issue going forward.
For
Two issues. You got the uranium, and there's a mission in place the president requested for an operation. He's looking at it now. And then you have the opening up the Strait of Hormuz. Here's what he said about the strait.
It
sure is.
Take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on.
But it is a global commodity, right, Mike?
Yeah, it sure is. Somebody had a good line the other day. A restriction in supply anywhere means the price goes up everywhere. So it's something that we have to contend with and worry about. I'm glad we might be on the verge of getting the Europeans and others involved somewhat, but I thought the president appropriately left open, because he said we'd be at it another 2 to 3 weeks, us playing a role, if not a leading role, in reopening of the strait. That's the most important thing here. This has been a...
Look, the United States is going to have a military presence of some kind in this region after this conflict ends, to make sure that things stay stable, and that some aggressor like China or Russia doesn't come in behind the scenes and mess everything up. There's going to have to be a military presence, especially if U.S. troops end up taking that Karg Island, that oil island that the president said he's deliberately not going to wipe out. Said he doesn't want to wipe out Iran's oil infrastructure, because the goal of that infrastructure is to help their economy rebuild. So we're going to be around. We're going to be there to help, as the president says, which is a good thing for Europe if they want to help too.
Success by the president, but strategically, if at the end of the day the Iranians can dictate who goes through the Strait of Hormuz, that's not going to be a great outcome. So
that's not going to be the outcome.
We need to make sure that we've got control, or this needs to be opened again as an international passageway.
They have to understand, too, when the president does this, he's working the refs.
Look, the president's already said the strait is pretty much safe. Like, the idea that these countries say, oh, it's too dangerous. I mean, they're making excuses to try and make it look like America's losing a war. They're on the propaganda side of the regime because they want to see President Trump fail. They don't like what he's doing. And they could be there right now if they wanted to. Watch this.
Because there's no reason for us to do this. Look, problem with the strait, a guy can take a mine, drop it in the water, and say, oh, it's unsafe.
Instead of it has to
it's
be
not like you're taking out an army, or you're taking out a country, or you can drop it. Or you can take a machine gun from the shore and shoot a few bullets at a ship, or maybe an over-the-shoulder missile, small missiles.
I didn't even try to tweak it.
That's not for us. That'll be for France. That'll be for whoever's using the strait.
I don't know. To me, the only explanation for why we don't have a coalition that involves Europe and just involves the U.S. and our Arab allies in Israel is because they don't want to help. They're angry. They're between a rock and a hard place, so to speak. They don't want to see the United States get a win here under President Trump. They want to see the status quo. They were perfectly happy with this regime existing. They didn't want to see this regime get taken down a notch. For some reason, they felt like a more powerful Iran was a good thing for the world. I don't think so. What do you think? I'll see you in the next video.
Pulled another one.
Next news. Breaking news from the White House.
Resources, crafting here.
I'm Gary Franchi reporting from the White House on this Good Friday. And folks, what I'm about to show you could be the biggest campaign finance scandal in American history. Act Blue, the Democrats' money machine, just got caught. That's right, their own lawyers warned them they may have lied to Congress, and now President Trump is sending in the DOJ.
If his meat wasn't rotting, I would use that guy.
Every single election you voted
in I'd use him.
for the last 20 years may have been corrupted by foreign money. We're not talking thousands, we're talking potentially tens of millions of dollars flooding into Democrat campaigns from people who have no right to influence American elections. Your vote, your voice, potentially drowned out by foreign cash. Act Blue has funneled over $16 billion to Democrats since 2004, from presidential races down to the school board. And now we're learning their so-called security screening. It may have been a complete sham. Apple Pay, PayPal, Venmo, no passport checks, no citizenship verification. Just send the money and hope nobody notices. Well, somebody noticed it finally. And you know, when I see corruption at this scale, it reminds me why protecting your own health and independence matters more than ever. $16 billion funneled with zero verification. When the system's this corrupt, the only person you can count on is yourself. That's why I take C60 Evo. This Nobel Prize-winning molecule made lab animals live 90% longer. My brain fog gone, joint pain eliminated. My energy feels 20 years younger. It's 172 times more powerful than vitamin C. Made by Chris Buras in his Houston facility, the results speak for themselves.
For my shelters.
The establishment is coming after everything we hold dear. Taking care of yourself is not optional. It's essential. Visit c60evo.com/NNN. Use code NNN for exclusive savings. Don't wait. Take action today. Now let's get back to the bombshell, because what ActBlue's own lawyers revealed is absolutely stunning.
The blueprint thing is great and everything, but it honestly doesn't work half the time.
The same
and it's not their fault.
Story.
It's just
ActBlue's
my
CEO
builds.
may
Like,
have
you
committed
can't just
perjury.
blueprint this.
Their own law firm is distancing themselves, and
could,
President
but
Trump has
you
ordered an
can't.
investigation.
Like, there's not
I'm going
enough
to show you
blueprint
exactly what's
spaces.
unfolding,
Like,
starting with this
halfway
clip,
through, you
explain
get
just
done,
how deep it goes. Now, it
you'd be
features
like,
Congressman
I
Chip
could have just
Roy.
done this all by hand, and it would have been
And here's
even
what's
easier.
fascinating.
Like, to be honest,
Someone
you get the
leaked this
feel
to
of
the
it
New York
after a
Times,
couple.
either someone at ActBlue or someone
yeah,
at their
and I need
own
to, like,
law
technically I
firm,
need to
Covington
redo it
and
because I
Burling.
didn't do it in the
Why would a
skin
law firm
of like the
expose their
clean
own
one,
client?
so it looks
Now
all
watch
rusty,
what
which is
Congressman
kind
Roy
of
says about that.
ironically, it's kind of the theme of the building and everything. It works okay,
it can
right?
be
So,
alleged that
but up here
ActBlue
it's not. Up
accepted
here it's
and
all
or
clean and everything.
facilitated
So
the
that's why I wanted
acceptance
to.
of foreign national
This diner is actually a pretty good blend
into
between
American elections.
the Atomic Wrangler,
right.
which would be a new
Now,
Vegas
there are
asset,
no specific
which is a
illegal
destroyed
contributions mentioned in
seaside
this
community
report, but it should be
hotel
noted that
turned
the House
into
has
a
been
casino.
investigating this for years.
It's
The
probably
last
a
time the
casino
Trump
hotel there in
administration
the old
ordered
strip
an
of New Vegas
investigation
or
to
Vegas in
ActBlue
general,
for this
Old
very
Town.
allegation,
And
we didn't
yeah, so
learn
this
much.
kind of like
But
boom,
we did reach
diner
out to
open
Covington for a
24/7.
statement,
You go over
and they
here,
told
you
us
can
that
have
they have complete
some stuff. You
confidence
can
in
get
the
some
legal
oil.
advice
I
that
was
their
gonna.
lawyers provided.
I mean,
to
I don't really want
ActBlue.
to dismantle my
And
creature over
ActBlue
there and
tells us
bring
what
all
its
the
chief
steam
exec
stuff
said
over
in the
here
letter
because
was
then
accurate,
like it
and
makes
works,
people want to look
works
around.
to comply with
If
all
there's a couple
FEC
things that
laws
they can
related
get right away, like
appropriately
there and
to
there,
screening
and the
for
buffs in
foreign
there, then
contributions.
they want to come over here and see what's
Here with
happening.
his take
So
is
then they can
Texas
come and grab
Congressman
the
Chip
meat
Roy. Congressman,
and the cooking oil
that
and all
was a
that.
lot. But
And for people who
there's
need
something that
radiation
really
builds,
jumps
I
out
have the
at me
radiation
here with this
foundry and then
ActBlue
the
story.
other thing here, which
Someone
is the
leaked this to the New
asteroid
York Times.
here.
And it's either someone
And, they both
at
get radiation
ActBlue
for your builds.
or who knew what
And
ActBlue
yeah,
was
so
doing or allegedly
for now,
doing,
this is what
or
I have been
someone
doing.
at Covington and Burling
I put these projects on hold
who
mainly
was very
because I tried
uncomfortable
to play
because then
tons of
they
New
could be
Vegas,
linked
and
to this, correct?
I didn't think I'd end
So
up breaking the
if
game,
it's
but I ended up
someone-
breaking the game,
and again, a law
and
firm doing
that's
this
actually
would be
that's actually a
horrific
fun
for the
thing
law
to talk
firm.
about. So like if people
Something
now join my
here
76
is
stuff,
very,
I have
very
a really
fishy.
good thing to talk about.
Beyond just the substance
Like,
of
if
this
they
report
have
itself.
70. If they have 76, they might have New Vegas, or maybe they can
shocked
even
to hear
do
that
it on
ActBlue is
the
taking funds from
without
overseas,
buying
right?
New Vegas. I think you can still do it on if you cloud. If you're just clouding it, which is kind of crazy to think that you could get the game on cloud like no problem with
Basically,
Switch.
like, our legal advice was good.
Because I mean, if you have infinite caps, bro, you could beat the game. You could beat any game with the infinite currency in a game. Think about it. Like even in like our real world economy, if you had infinite money, there would be no contest, right?
May well have perjured yourself or certainly misled or otherwise lied to Congress. That's a big deal. That Covington would say that, and now they're basically publicly saying, look, our legal counsel was good here. I don't know who leaked it, I don't know what was behind it, but what we've known for a long time is that this organized network of leftists and Marxists,
I mean, it's great, the tiles and everything, it's not rendering in,
coordination to undermine our entire way of life, right? It's all connected to the Wren Collective, to Soros, to Arabella, and you got ActBlue.
Pixels are way more clearer and crisp, and even the inside tiles, they don't even see like they have grouts. It's kind of sad.
This is the party, by the way,
like right here, that's
Russian
a tear in the
all they did was claim that
the
Trump
texture,
is a puppet of Putin, all this stuff. But the finger is always pointed back at them.
I have a few more.
Well, I love how they say, oh, well, just 1% might be coming from something that are, overseas or whatever, and we document all that. Don't worry, we take care of it. We use the passport data. First of all, certainly indicates, looks like that's not the case. But 1% of their money is still something like $38 or $40 million. If you just do the basic math, and I don't accept or believe that it's just 1%. We need to have aggressive oversight oversight on this. This is an interesting leak and information that I'm quite sure, oversight, Jamie Comer and others in the House are going to go look at. But we need to expose this and everything else, which, by the way, ties back to the Department of Justice. And by the way, you did a beautiful job of introducing Pam's great work, but how, the coach sometimes needs to say, look, I need a new quarterback here to get this done.
Did you catch what Congressman Royce said?
Yeah, I just put the dog out here so people can grab the stuff. I didn't even know there was a backdoor entrance, but that actually kind of works out because then you're like literally at a pass-through instead of walking over that huge, there's a pond here. Most people don't understand there's a big pond here. And if you really wanted to go swimming into the pond, there's a section where you can go under and swim in the pond. But since this has been here, those creatures that spawn here every time,
what
they're
President
gone.
Trump is doing about this.
I used to hate it so much. Like every time anybody spawned here,
anymore. They are directing the Attorney General
quite frankly, when I spawn here, and I'm not aware of there being creatures here, I die kind of, and
how they spin
I'm not
this.
doing things in the real world and not expecting there to be an AI thing trying to kill me right away. So this is actually stopping that from happening.
And the focus
and,
as the
like
allegations about
you can still access underneath
straw donors and foreign contributions.
Quite easily, it's treated as a foundation, right? So how the foundations have that mini lip that you can walk up without having to jump. And you have it perfectly right where you need to in these areas, which is great. Everywhere you need it, you have it, and where you don't need it, you don't. So I think they did a really good job with this asset. And it's I think one of the newest ones. I haven't done a review on it yet, the diner. So I'm definitely gonna do an extra build on here. Probably gonna turn it into an arcade 24/7 diner. Because I have so many things like that with the billiard table.
There was a new memo signed on Thursday directing the Attorney General to investigate if foreign nationals are using the ActBlue platform to bypass campaign finance laws. Trump wants a report out in 6 months.
$16 billion raised since 2004, and Democrats have the nerve to call investigating potential foreign interference on abuse of power. The president wants a report in 6 months, right before the midterms. And the timing could not be more perfect or more necessary.
Oh, the beehive.
And now, the nail in the coffin. Listen to what ActBlue's own former lawyers actually discovered. This final clip is where it all comes together. ActBlue's CEO claimed they had multi-layered screening, but their own lawyers said that was, well, let's just say, not entirely accurate. Watch.
Microscope again. A new report from the New York Times raising questions about whether its CEO misled Congress, and now the group could face investigations, midterms only months away. Connor Hansen's got more on this. What you find out from Washington. Connor, good morning.
A little bit more.
Hi, Bill. Good morning. This could have major implications for Democrats heading into the midterms. One of ActBlue's own former lawyers reportedly suggested this could lead to a criminal investigation. ActBlue has facilitated billions in donations for Democrats, ranging from presidential nominees to local school board candidates. A report in the New York Times cited a 2023 letter from its CEO, Regina Wallace-Jones, to GOP investigators, claiming ActBlue used multi-layered screening to root out foreign donations, which are illegal under federal law. The problem? ActBlue's former lawyers told her some of those steps weren't always followed, and that presented a substantial risk if she was found to have misled Congress.
Started looking into it, we determined that ActBlue had really pulled back on some of the security measures on their website, which would have enabled foreign actors to inject contributions under the name of other people.
ActBlue sent us a statement saying Wallace-Jones never made false statements, adding non-U.S. citizens have not and never will be permitted to make political contributions on our platform. Every contribution made through ActBlue goes through a fraud review. Its former law firm, Covington and Burling, stands by what it said, writing, quote, "We have complete confidence in the legal advice of our lawyers provided to ActBlue." Now, according to the Times, the law firm's memo said some donors paid through platforms like Apple Pay, PayPal, or Venmo, and were not asked for any verification like a passport number to prove they were U.S. citizens.
Bill. Okay, there it is. Their own lawyers said ActBlue pulled back on security measures that would have stopped foreign actors from injecting money under other people's names. Apple Pay, PayPal, Venmo, no password verification whatsoever. And ActBlue's response, every contribution goes through fraud review. Really? What fraud review? See, folks, when you put all of this together, the picture becomes clear. And I'm going to connect all the dots for you. ActBlue's CEO told Congress they had multi-layered screening. Their own lawyers warned her that was misleading. That's potential perjury. They accepted payments through Apple Pay, PayPal, and Venmo with zero citizenship verification. Their law firm is now publicly distancing themselves, and which lawyers never do unless they know their client is in serious legal jeopery. Now, President Trump has ordered the DOJ to investigate. It's not speculation anymore. This is a $16 billion operation that may have been funneling foreign money into American elections for decades, and they just got caught. This is exactly why we do what we do here at the Next News Network. See, the mainstream media buried this story for years. It took President Trump returning to this White House to finally hold these people accountable. The Democrats' money machine is exposed. Their lawyers are running for cover. And justice is finally coming. So share this video with everybody you know. They need to see what the establishment tried to hide. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Ring the notification bell so you never miss a breaking story. And remember, stay informed, stay vigilant, and stay free. I'm Gary Franchi, just outside the White House where it's all breaking. And that is your Next News.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now.
It would fit the room like really nice.
So the April Fool's wasn't a joke? We actually bought a jet?
What started as a meme on WAN show when I discovered that a jet-propelled aircraft is not as expensive as I initially thought. I'm serious.
Okay.
Even Luke was shocked. So I started exploring various options, and my uncle's in aviation and has been for many years on the pilot side, mechanical side, and operations side. So when I started to explore that one aircraft that I was like, this is shockingly affordable, he did a bunch of the due diligence for me and ultimately brought me 2 sales brochures, and he went, don't do this.
Something like that.
But if you're going to do this, these are the 2 best ways you can do it.
Okay.
And I picked
where is
a Dassault Falcon 900B.
I have so many questions.
You and everyone.
When you say it's not that much, how much is that?
So because of the non-disclosure agreement that we signed in order to purchase it, this whole world is very closed door.
Yeah.
I can't actually tell you how much I paid. But what I can tell you is that if you Google it, it's less than that. And the second thing that I can tell you is that with a little bit of girl math,
we'll do this right here,
$0. I would have been crazy not to buy it.
There's no way it's $0.
Well, let me put it this way. The engines were all on a service program from the previous owner that entitles you to completely refurbish them to effectively 0 hours brand new once they reach end of life. All 3 of those were done right before we purchased it. It's effectively brand new from an engine standpoint. Each of those refurbishments is worth anywhere from $1.1 to $1.2 million.
Each? And there's 3 of them?
The jet was also in for a 12-year service. And because my uncle's a shrewd negotiator, he put together a purchase contract for us where it was guaranteed that once it came out of that 12-year service, it was at Dassault specification. That 12-year service effectively cost as much or more than the rest of our purchase price.
So what you're saying is you got the plane for free?
So when I'm done with it, with the condition that it's in, with some of the special features that it has, for example, it is one of the few 900Bs on Earth that has a medevac kit. When it's time to divest of this thing, I should be able to get back what I paid and maybe even the bulk of what I spent operating it.
That's pretty cool.
See, you didn't know all this.
I didn't.
And I know that you were very opposed to the jet in the lead up to this.
I was very vocal against it.
But the way that the math works, it's a little bit of cash flow tied up, but we're not actually spending any money, which is so cool. Do you want to see it?
I want to see the whole thing.
Well, you're going to have to wait for this segue to our sponsor. Delta Hub. Delta Hub's Carpio 2.0 wrist rests glide smoothly across your desk and help reduce strain during long shifts or gaming sessions. And They come in an LTT colorway. Grab yours at the link down below.
We'll do this.
Give me the quick specs. How far can I go and how fast can it go?
It's a 1990, so it doesn't have the same kind of range as some of the longer range Falcon 900s that are, you know, newer, but completely out of my price range. But it'll still do about 4,000 nautical miles on a full fill-up. So what that means is that from Vancouver, we can go effectively anywhere in the North American continent. And if we were on the east coast of North America, we could hop across the Atlantic in one go without having to like stop and refuel at a little island airport. On the subject of little island airports, one of the coolest things about the Falcon is that it's designed to land and take off from relatively small airports. So you only need a landing strip that is somewhere in the neighborhood of around 4,500 feet long in order to land and take off. Of course, that's all subject to weather conditions, atmospheric pressure, wind.
Other planes.
I've definitely learned a lot, and it's way more complex than you would even begin to think it is.
I already thought it was pretty complex, to be very... I'm like scared to touch this thing.
No, you can totally touch it. You can fit so much fuel in here. Did you know that's where the fuel is stored in an aircraft?
It's in the wings?
Yeah. Cool, right?
I guess I don't know where else it would be. That makes sense. People are in there. So
I assumed that jet fuel would be inordinately expensive. It turns out that it's actually really similar to kerosene.
Okay.
And doesn't really cost that much more than regular fuel.
How much does it store, though?
It's just the sheer volume of it that you go through.
Okay.
With that said, I'm starting a family vlog. That'll be coming soon. And the first episode is going to be a trip to Cabo where I treated mine and Yvonne's families. When we factor in that the fuel coming back from Mexico was half as much as we paid to go down, it actually cost less than buying like a first class ticket for everyone, which was kind of mind-blowing
to the White Springs.
I mean, first class, like
sure,
like let's bring it down to earth here.
Yes, or not, but but it wasn't much more than even business class for everyone.
Got it.
Which blew my mind.
So the big savings are going to.
This plane. Pretty
and it
crazy.
looks like we have another spectacular discovery from a somewhat distant star system, approximately 11,500 light years away from us.
Yeah,
and in this
pretty
case,
nuts.
a discovery that involved
gaming
a star
plane. I don't
behaving in
even
an
understand what's
extremely
going to
strange
happen.
way. In this case, researchers describe it as
I saw that earlier today, and I was like, I can't believe this.
Which basically meant that we just witnessed some kind of a very unusual event that seems to happen relatively rarely, but may potentially explain so much more about everything from how planets are created to how planets like Earth eventually acquire moons. And so in this video, as the title of the video suggests, we're going to be discussing a somewhat unusual discovery of a direct planetary collision observed in a distant star system. But here we have to start with the mystery of the discovery first, just so that it all makes sense. And it all begins with the famous Gaia, the incredible ESA telescope that was able to track the motion of various stars for many years. And one of these stars is known as Gaia GIC1, technically referred to as Gaia 20 EHK, a Sun-like main sequence star 11,500 light years away from us in the constellation of Puppis, and a star that you can kind of see in this image. So here's just one pixel, mostly because it's pretty far away from us. And well, this is an exciting system because this is an F-type star, just a little bit more massive and a little bit hotter than the Sun. And so here it's technically almost a Sun-like star. But for most of its recorded history, this was a very stable and a very quiet star, basically just like our Sun is right now. Yet starting in 2016, things started to change dramatically. And so here, based on a lot of data coming from the Gaia Space Telescope, researchers found that the starlight coming from this object started to dip in a very unusual way. As a matter of fact, it seems to have dipped 3 separate times, with a lot of the light flickering and dimming invisible light in a way that we haven't actually seen before previously. But things became even stranger in 2021, or approximately 5 years later. Here the light fluctuations became extremely chaotic and unpredictable, which for a stable star like this one should be practically impossible. This is a star that's in its stellar adulthood, which means that it should be very stable and should not deviate in brightness this much. And so whatever was happening here was definitely super strange and has never been seen before. And this was not just some kind of a tiny flicker, the light was actually going up and down by approximately 25%. But in order to figure out what's happening, researchers have to take a look at this in a slightly different spectrum. And so here astronomers decided to take a look at this in the infrared along with the visible light. And surprisingly, the actual flickering was very different. So in visible spectrum, or the light that we can see with our own eyes, the star was dimming by as much as 25%. But when they checked the infrared data, they basically found almost the opposite. The star was getting much brighter in the infrared, and the flickering was almost absent. And in astronomy, such a spike is usually indicative of just one thing. Things are just getting hotter, or something in the star system was getting extremely hot, and was most likely responsible for this flickering. And well, 4 years ago, it was not entirely clear what's actually happening. But now, by using different models, and by focusing on modeling the changes, researchers officially concluded that this had to be a massive cloud of dust that was mostly producing all of these unusual effects. But the obvious question here was, of course, so where exactly did this dust come from, and why was it getting so hot? Because in this case, the dust was heated to about 900 Kelvin, or about 1100 degrees Fahrenheit, 620 Celsius, which made it much hotter than typical gas we find in these stellar systems. And the only event that seems to fit the pattern is basically this. The sudden dimming, the chaotic light changes, and the extreme heat had to be produced by some kind of a catastrophic collision. And due to its sheer size, it had to be two planetary bodies. In other words, the only way to explain this was through a massive collision around a star. But the thing is, this is obviously not the first time we've seen something similar, as we've discussed at least some of these in some of the videos in the description. But here, this discovery is actually unique, and I guess let's discuss why. So normally when it comes to planetary collisions, we do think of them as pretty common in young stellar systems as they basically grow up. But they should be incredibly difficult to see in real time because they tend to happen on a vast cosmic scale and possibly only happen every few 100 million years. And so here what makes Gaia GIC1 so important is actually the location of the crash. This particular collision seems to have happened approximately 1 astronomical unit away from the star. And that might sound familiar. That's because this is exactly the same distance as the Earth's orbit around the Sun. And if you remember, the history of Earth actually did start with a very similar collision, except that this one happened 4.5 billion years ago. And so here we are basically watching a kind of a replay of early history of our own solar system. Because scientists today believe that billions of years ago, a Mars-sized object, today referred to as Theia, slammed into the young Earth, spraying a lot of debris into space and eventually resulting in the formation of the moon. And so here this new discovery gives us a front row seat to an actual event that might be very similar to the one that created our own planet. Or at least that's the assumption for now, based on the observations from the last few years. Because right now all of these observations, and especially the very hot debris, seems to definitely point at a planetary smash-up. And so for all we know, this may mirror an ancient giant impact that happened in the solar system as well. But as I previously mentioned, this is obviously not the first such event that was observed in other star systems. And here let's just briefly discuss a few that we've seen before, but that were not as exciting. And I think this one is probably the most famous. This is the star known as Fomalhaut, a star that for many years researchers believed contained an extremely large planet. Except that over the years this planet basically kind of started to vanish. You can see this happening in this image. And yet, a few years back, researchers discovered another object in a slightly different orbit but with just as much brightness. And so here the question was this actually the formation of another planet? And turns out that the best explanation here involves not a planet at all, but instead an expanding cloud of debris from a massive collision between two smaller planetesimals. And in this case we have now observed two happening in real time, approximately 10 years apart, making this one of the most exciting real-time observations in astronomy. Then we have this other system known as Beta Pictoris that seems to show evidence of at least two giant collisions, but in this case they seem to have happened a while back. One must have happened approximately 150 years ago and has now left behind a feature known as the cat's tail. Essentially a feature that's believed to be left after a planetary collision that you can kind of see in this image extending from the right. But this one is obviously not as exciting because this happened a long time ago. But then we'll have a system known as NGC 2547-ID8. And here astronomers potentially observed two separate impacts, one in 2012 and one in 2014. But this was also a little bit different because the first impact was possibly some kind of a grazing impact, with two objects eventually surviving, or basically two objects bouncing from each other. But then 2 years later, they finally collided, which essentially resulted in this somewhat unusual light spectrum involving a build-up and a blowout at least 2 times. Now in this case, this is all just based on the light spectrum, so we're not 100% certain that this is what happened, but the collision between two planetesimals right now makes the most sense. Although here this happened somewhere closer to orbit of Mercury, at approximately 0.3 astronomical units away. And so in comparison, this recent observation from Gaia GIC-1 may have also involved some kind of a grazing event first, because of these unusual dips in brightness before the main event. These were basically like precursor collisions, as two objects spiraled into each other before the final catastrophic impact produced a massive expanding cloud of molten rock and dust. And naturally, this is a really important observation for many different astronomical fields, including astrobiology. Mostly because today we know that the moon seems to play a major role in making Earth habitable. It obviously stabilizes our tilt, it creates tides that mix ocean chemistry, and it may even help drive tectonic activity. In other words, without the moon, life on Earth would most likely be impossible. But right now we have no idea if the Earth-Moon system, with the moon itself being relatively large, is actually common. Or essentially, is this some kind of a 1 in a billion type of an event, which would obviously make extraterrestrial life dramatically more difficult to find. And so in this case, by catching one more of these collisional events in progress, we can start making conclusions about the possibility of habitability out there, or essentially how often habitable planets may form, assuming the moon is actually necessary. In other words, how many of these impacts may produce a moon, and how many of these planets might end up being habitable following such a collision. But because this is also at the same distance as Earth is from the Sun, it really makes this event a kind of a modern-day analog for the giant impact hypothesis, which makes this one of the most important observations when it comes to trying to prove the hypothesis correct. And so by catching this in act, we can study exactly what happens to this system in the next few years, and possibly find out how Earth-like planets develop over time. And that means that by studying the cooling and clumping of all of this dust in the next few years, and by figuring out how this debris cloud settles in the coming years, researchers will gain additional understanding into what happens after the collision and how the system stabilizes. And moreover, this will also allow astronomers to potentially discover more similar events that must have been missed previously by going through the archival data and by trying to find very similar brightness changes from other stars. But we also know that the now operational Vera Rubin Observatory is actually expected to find as many as 100 planetary collisions in the next 10 years. Which means that we'll be able to figure out how common Earth-like collisions actually are, and how likely these collisions are to produce moons similar to our own. And so here this would move the study of planetary collisions from just some kind of a single lucky observation to a statistical field of science, allowing us to determine how common Earth-like formation stories actually are. And as we continue to monitor this star, we may see the additional evolution of the dust cloud, and may even see the formation of this new planet, and of course its moon, or maybe even moons. And so this is definitely an extremely rare opportunity to watch the chaotic birth of a planetary system in real time. But obviously it's kind of far away from us, so we're not going to be able to see too many details. On that note though, we'll definitely come back and discuss this more once there are some additional discoveries, and until then, check out some of the previous videos on a similar topic in the description below. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining the channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Bye-bye, Anton. You're one of a kind, man.
Iran shot down a U.S. F-15 and the pilots ejected.
News coming into Fox News Channel. The president has now been briefed on a downed F-15 fighter jet in Iran. No. This is a U.S. fighter jet. We are also told a statement from CENTCOM is expected shortly. We want to bring in the chief national security correspondent, Jennifer
you can
Griffin,
see the
more on this.
choppers
Jen,
trying to find the pilots.
Well, Trace, we had some details of this alleged downed F-15E fighter jet that went down in southwest Iran. It's in the province that is actually closest to Karg Island, which we've been hearing so much about. We had withheld reporting on this until now because there was an active search and rescue operation ongoing. But now that we've learned that the president has been briefed on the downed F-15,
it smells so much
we
better
are getting some details from open source online
I'm telling you,
showing that the actual pilot
could you
seat
imagine
from the
13 years of dust, how that would smell? Like my eyes would just hurt.
At least one of the pilots had ejected.
I had to like have drafts in my house.
The pilot was not present at that
we were like,
site
I'd have to
photo
like turn the heater on to raise the heat in the room to where it would just pump out if I left the crack open right here, and it would just billow out. Having to over-engineer paths of airflow in your house, high and low pressure, in order to maintain the air quality of your house isn't ideal, but I did have to do this.
That's this clip right here.
That would suggest, again, an urgency
to that search and rescue mission, and you just want to use the device and you're not worrying about it, you do it, you just use it.
Helicopters over an area that is
like a car you don't have oil changes for, you just
given
use it.
That this happened during the daylight hours,
it might still work, but it won't forever. So I cleaned it, and there's a little bit of corrosion on the board.
And the thing you got to understand,
not really
the
sure what that's
that was
about,
shot
but
down, it's the F-15
we'll be going back
Strike
through it
Eagle.
and cleaning it, and maybe replacing the fan on my Xbox. I think the bearings are going out. I'm gonna go it. I'm gonna let it go until it goes. But I'm just trying to remember to buy one.
A little bit of an update on the downed pilots that went down in Iran. Apparently, according to an article written by Axios 20 minutes ago, as I'm recording this video, both crew members of the F-15 Echo Strike Eagle were able to eject safely. The U.S. Special Forces located and rescued one crew member alive
now that
in
I
Iranian
bought the game
territory.
right for $10, 76 isn't actually streaming off of the cloud, but you still need to have an essential pass to play on it, which is
Meanwhile, Iran is also
like, I
actively
didn't really
hunting
think
for
of
the
it like
crew,
that, but I
which
guess you
means
do,
this
yeah.
last pilot is in a rough spot.
And
The
you don't
combat
really
search
ever
and
need
rescue
to
operation
buy
is still
the
underway,
game.
and also apparently Israeli officials told Axios that they canceled planned strikes in the relevant areas
even if you bought
of
the game
Iran to avoid
for
interfering
the
or
deluxe pack
endangering the
or whatever,
ongoing U.S.
you
search
still
and
can't
rescue
play it
plan.
without
This is a rapidly developing
Xbox,
situation right
now.
A lot of new
shitty,
information keeps coming out. Hopefully, we'll get some
it's
information
that good
about
old
the second
thing is like
pilot
hopefully
soon.
Xbox and next Xbox is going to be
air
like
supremacy
way better
over
than
Iran. What
PS,
that means
whatever
is that
the heck,
even though there is a
6,
pilot on the run who has
because
not been
of all this
rescued
extra
yet, thank God,
revenue,
we
and we
got
know
one
that
of
it
the
might
pilots,
actually
the
be this
ability of
time
Iran to
because they're
send
going to be able to
helicopters
integrate
or
Steam, I
mobile
think,
units,
into it.
even a large
It's going to be more of a PC than ever, which I'm going to be actually going to buy. I'm not going to buy the Steam Deck. I'm going to buy the new Xbox.
Battlefield, and there's a good chance that right now we know where that pilot is, and someone
From what
can
I
see
can
them
tell,
from a
it's way
drone,
better of a product,
aircraft,
and that's why they
from
can't
the
claim that
devices
the
they carry with them to broadcast their
PS6
signal once they
handheld
are
or
in
whatever.
enemy
It's not going to
territory
beat
and need to be
the new Xbox. It's saying it's as good as the XS or whatever, but it's not. I don't care about some handheld like that, dude. That's
to try and find.
Yeah, I'm emulating on my phone PS2 just fine. I mean, at this point, I just gotta chill it a little bit if I'm streaming, like, Twitch off of it, like I'm trying to do with my Xbox right now, if I'm trying to do that. And then I route my audio out isn't working on that for some reason.
The rescue crew are going to be friendly.
What do we know about Iranian television?
This dongle here, the audio out isn't working properly, so I got to figure out what's causing
being told to do certain things
we have a pretty good
emulator
thing from my phone with just direct HDMI port, but for some reason, like I said, it's just not working properly.
Have an interest, and we have seen over the last 32 days or so that they have put out multiple times that they had shot down F-35 fighter jets, and it had not been true. That is why it was so important for us to get independent confirmation that this F-15 had in fact gone down. So some of the details that the Iranians are putting out may in fact be propaganda for their purposes. But what we can say at this point is the President of the United States has been briefed on this F-15 going down, and that CENTCOM is expected to put out a statement. So we feel comfortable in reporting the fact that that the F-15.
We got. Yeah, oh, then, like, the Dell, this thing's just as old as the Xbox One, and, like, it was never cleaned until I cleaned it. So it's the room smells, like, brand new now, like, except for the carpets are actually kind of getting dated. But other than that, like, you can't fix broken carpet, like, when it starts, the fiber starts to just get done, like, dehydrated, and you just need new foam underneath, and you need new floor tack strips, and you need new boards. Yeah, I mean, you could either do boards or do new carpet. But I think I kind of want hardwood, in my opinion. I hate the carpet. Like, I mean, it's fine. I just like to be able to sweep up the dog hair and be done with it. And I gotta always break out a vacuum cleaner. Oh God, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Especially when they have accidents. Yeah, this gets trapped in there, so you can't even think about getting new carpet right now.
Did go down.
I don't think President Trump's going to let them get away with downing a fighter and holding U.S. hostages.
That one has been rescued and is getting medical attention.
One of our other houses redone for Airbnb,
male or female pilot, as we've reported in the
to
past.
help give an opportunity
men and women
for people to come out and visit the area.
But that is the latest, and very good news, of course, that at least one of the two crew members did survive. Kaylee?
And Jennifer, quickly, we just have a few moments here. Our thoughts immediately go to that second pilot. I imagine the search, the rescue, it is ongoing. Any news on the second pilot?
There is no news at this point in time, but as you can imagine, we've seen the images of the Pavehawk helicopters. Those are the Special Forces helicopters that are part of that search and rescue mission. They were being air refueled over in daylight over the contested area. We've seen the image of the pilot's seat and the parachute that was part of the ejection mechanism. It looks like that worked, and that is very good news. But the Iranians have put out a reward for that second American, or for both Americans, and so it is a very, very tenuous time right now, but those crew members and pilots would have been given SEER training, survival and evasion training, and we are now thinking of them, thinking of their families, and hoping that as the sun goes down now over Iran, that it will be easier for the search and rescue operation
I've had that training, guys,
to find that second crew member.
Because conceivably, if the
by the way,
is
you're
they could be
United States
up,
Airman over
it's
here.
Just a matter of time before
Senior Airman Johnston has had that training because I was going to be in those AWACS planes.
That they are not captured and taken.
Yeah, there was only 63 ever made or whatever. Yeah, I was going to be on one.
Tornado was shot down during Desert Storm, and they were taken hostage.
So yeah, I had that training. That's basic training.
So we don't want something similar like that to happen to our pilots here. That's for sure. But one thing we know
basic aviation
is the
flight school flight training.
The ejection seats were found empty. That gives us hope. And right now, all
you get a little taste of it in Beast Week.
Videos of these helicopters flying around, so they know that there is somebody out there.
They train you a little bit.
Matthew Wiz Buckley, retired Navy fighter pilot,
it's not. That's not this. It's not the same
Sir,
thing.
Your thoughts as we receive the good news that one of the pilots, one of the two crew members of the downed F-15, has been rescued and is safe, sir.
They're in enemy territory.
Well, it makes my heart smile. Obviously, anytime we have aircraft down and aircrew missing, my thoughts and prayers go out to them. But we need one more. When this happened, the combat search and rescue teams of the United States Air Force, some of the most elite on the face of this planet, immediately sprang into action. And they will.
I'm glad the other guy got out. I'm glad that he was able to find the helicopter circling for them and get out. But
They could be evading, as Jennifer just alluded to. We go
the majority of the people that I know that when they get ejected through these, especially the back pilot, they break their collar. They break their collarbone, okay? They don't really have an ability to move without their own fruition at this point, which is why the Iranian people kind of know that they're being helped, and that's why they offer the money to try to coax them out of hiding, to be like to betray them and us. But I think they already understand. They know where he is. There's emergency radio kits inside each one of the chairs. As long as he was able to grab his kit and be able to get and evac the site without being taken captive and witnessed on where he'd be going, there's really even no like proof that he's even in any type of Iraqi civilian home. There's this is all hearsay. So like he could just be in the mountains somewhere, and he's waiting for his troops to come in, and he's going to be waiting for the ground troops to come in. The SEALs that are coming in, they're coming in after. They're coming in to get the black box from the aircraft, and they're coming in to get him if they can get him. If he can of his own fruition. If not, then they'll have to find him. Like if he doesn't have his radio to communicate this stuff, there's ways that you can light flares and stuff. So it's just about getting over there and him not wasting all of his gear and food and survival and tactics, and now he's just got to lay low. But they'll be scouring the land, and it's a very, very sketchy subject. Especially if he's literally on a Karg Island.
Invasion, resistance, and escape.
He's turned a normal thing into SEAL Team 6. Now he's got to evade the Nazi army.
Clips of a
Think of that. He's pretty fortified.
Commander, essentially the tanker, the command and control. They also have PJs on board that could jump out to potentially rescue. And then the Pedros, or the Jolly Green helicopters. We obviously have air superiority if we're operating at that low altitude, looking for this second air crew.
Matthew, we only have a few moments, but the information I want to know immediately is, was this pilot at the site of the wreckage, perhaps with the other pilot, really, or was this pilot discovered away from the wreckage and they're trying to retrace the steps to the other pilot?
My favorite. I've always
it's a great question. I'm not going to dig into too much of the secret squirrel stuff that goes on from an ejection and winds and the area that the search and rescue folks are looking in. But it should be, the second air crew should be around there. But if they ejected in a dynamic situation, the jet was out of control, they might be further apart. It depends on a lot of factors that I just don't want to dig into.
You got to remember, this plane is flying through the air. And depending on when people get out, depending on, what direction the wind might take one person's chute, how soon the chute's open, they could be separated by miles.
News out of the war with Iran. By now, you've likely heard that an F-15E was shot down over Iran. The U.S. confirms that, but just a few minutes ago, we have heard that the U.S. confirmed that one of those pilots has been rescued. Now, the F-15
That's why each chair or each chute is independent of itself.
It's a pretty big aircraft. It can carry multiple 2,000-pound bombs. It's got a pretty long range. It has 2 seats. So one is a pilot, one is a weapons systems operator.
Each has MREs, each has its own kit.
We don't know which has been rescued. And also by now, you've probably seen lots of videos online of a pretty extensive search and rescue operation. Now, the pilots themselves are kitted out with special devices.
They're set for a couple days. I'm not worried about it right this second. They should, if he has a security radio, which it comes with, it shouldn't be too long until they find the second guy.
Survival skills.
It's just you got to wait for people in the air. You don't want to just sit on a radio blabbing where you are. You want to wait until you know your people in the area to come pick you up.
They might not be able to broadcast their
because there's going to be enemy resistance.
Because it might give away their location.
They want people like him like a prize to walk around like
there have been reports in the past of pilots being shot down over enemy territory who spend time in cover waiting for the coast to be clear so that they can even alert our guys to their presence.
Do that to their leaders, make them
what their situation is right now. I'm so thankful.
Walk around like some Japanese game show.
Right there. And the other thing you have to understand, there have been thousands of sorties over this country, and this is the first downing of a U.S. jet. Of course, this is not a good thing, but this by no means means that the United States is losing the war. This by no means means that Iran is somehow not on its last legs as far as the regime is concerned. The chance of a plane getting shot down has
White House
always
down
existed.
from my publicity.
And
Nope,
I think
none of that shit would
even
ever
though
have
we're
happened.
looking at a situation where a pilot is
None of that
missing,
shit.
one pilot has been rescued,
bullshit,
and although there
nigga.
was always a chance this could happen, the fact that it has only happened once so far is a testament to how successful this operation has been.
So they'll know to hide, they'll know how to take cover, they'll probably have a little bit of food and water on them at
some
the time
MREs.
of their ejection from the airplane, if both of them did manage to survive the plane being taken down. You're going to see videos out there of Black Hawk helicopters being refueled. They are part of the search and rescue operation.
Yep.
You might also see AC-10 Warthogs. Those are fixed-wing planes that can fly low and slow. They have really heavy machine guns that can blast anything on the ground. If they can see that the pilots are in trouble.
Right, that's a big part of this, is the air supremacy that the United States has over Iran right now. If there are armored vehicles, if there are hostiles approaching a pilot, and we know the location of that pilot, we have the ability to protect them and clear the ground, so to speak, so that they can be safely picked up. Also, here's something to keep in mind. You're going to see reports like this that, oh, Trump's lying about air superiority.
I mean, like I said,
air
I've been having technical
superiority
difficulties
happens
all day.
when
I've been
you
trying to get this out,
dominate
but
the
I
air.
did a
Air
segment on
superiority
Gavin Newsom
happens
earlier
when
today
your enemy does not have an
of
air
how he
force to
attacks the
send
Republican
up
Party
against
just
you. It
off
is
the bat.
possible
Like, good
to
morning,
have air
and the Republicans are
superiority
trying to take
over
away your
a
health
given
care
piece
to
of
fund the
land
war in
and
Iran.
still
Like,
have planes get
okay,
shot
yeah,
down.
right,
Air
that's what's happening.
superiority does not mean nothing comes up from the ground.
It's just
to
ridiculous. I
attack
mean,
those
how can
airplanes.
anybody
It
live
means
with
there
that
are
crap?
not other airplanes in the
How does he
skies.
live
The
with
Trump
himself, you know?
administration has not been lying when they said we achieved
How
air
does he sleep at night?
superiority and now air supremacy, rather, over Iran.
Now, with respect to reactions, we are seeing the Iranian Speaker of Parliament, Mohammad Bakr Ghalibaf, character and personality, very influential these days, and his name is being repeated a lot. He says in a tweet on X, after defeating Iran 37 times in a row, this brilliant no-strategy war.
I have my frames turned down to make it easier of a load on my computer and a load on my internet, but it's still not having a.
So this is the first
look at difference.
official reaction. Now, with respect to,
I'm sure they're gloating, and this is going to be used in the propaganda war designed to convince people that the United States should walk away from this, and that this is a bad idea, and that Iran, this country that has been terrorizing its neighbors, launching ballistic missiles at its neighbors, threatening the United States, threatening the entire world, that it should just be allowed to stand because the cost is too high, when the reality here is, even though this event has taken place, an enormous accomplishment is what encapsulates this entire Operation Epic Fury.
Yeah, Mugo, it's very significant. And I just want to sort of recap, because you said that maybe one pilot, because we got confirmation from U.S. officials tell us that F-15 fighter jet did come down over Iranian airspace. And that was search and rescue operations underway. And that's after Iranian TV said that an aircraft had crashed. There had been shot down, and showed wreckage of that down jet, and the wreckage was found in central Iran. So what we're talking about here is that F-15 Strike Eagle can be a one-seater or two-seater variant. As we understand, it's the F-15E, which can be a two-member crew. A statement on Iranian television has urged residents to join the hunt for the pilot or pilots, offering a bounty for any U.S. service members found dead or alive.
Man.
There are reports again from the Iranians that there are heavy clashes underway between Iranian military and the U.S. search and rescue attempts. We have to point out, these have to be conducted at low level, in broad daylight. Black Hawk helicopters.
It's dangerous, man.
Aircraft within reach and at risk. So again, we're awaiting the details about the status of the pilot or pilots, but it calls into question, when you talk about how significant this is, claims from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and others that the United States and Israeli forces, remember, they're in this fight too, have achieved air superiority. In fact, we learned just a few moments ago, the governor of that southwest province says whoever captures or kills the crew of that downed jet will be commended by the governor. And where this changes things significantly is because when the military sends fighter jets into a hostile environment, they target what's called standoff targets, meaning they target air defenses and launchers while staying out of reach. So achieving air superiority, it's a technical term, but that enables jet fighters to loiter, as the military puts it, to stay in the air for longer and get closer to these targets, and in some cases refuel.
But it doesn't mean there is not a guy hiding in a cave with a portable shoulder-launched missile that can be fired up. Doesn't mean there are no threats to these aircraft. It just means there are no air-to-air threats. Look right here. Google gets it right. A high degree of control over the airspace, that there are no air-to-air threats. So air superiority does not mean zero threats. It just means there are no other aircraft up there trying to shoot down the good guys. And that is very important to remember, because people are going to say Trump's lying. People are going to say Trump's putting people at risk and lying about our military, and that's not true.
So if it is a shoot down, not necessarily a crash, it suggests that the United States and Israelis have failed to dismember Iranian air defenses, or decimate, obliterate, whichever term you want to use, or that the Iranians have been holding fire and keeping some of that their fire dry. Again, it's developing when it comes to the status of the pilot or pilots. All we know for certain is that what's called a combat search and rescue is underway.
And I want to ask about that, because you talk about search and rescue. Obviously, there's a lot going on.
Since aircraft were invented and used in warfare, there have been many times where air superiority was achieved over a battlefield. Think about World War II. There were times where no opposing aircraft could come up and attack U.S. bombers and P-51 Mustangs flying over their targets. But aircraft were still shot down from flak and from ground fire. Air superiority was achieved, but aircraft were still lost in combat. It's tragic, but this is what happens in any conflict. And again, the fact that it has only happened once in this operation reiterates how successful it is. But now the propaganda war's on.
Yes, you know, the United States military trains for exactly this sort of environment.
Yes.
It is very rare for U.S. aircraft to go down, a fighter jet to go down in a hostile environment,
but it happens,
and to land in, quote, enemy territory. But these are U.S. Air Force pilots, pilots that would have been inside this F-15 fighter jets. But in addition to all of that, you will also have these search and rescue teams that are either already in the air just in case something like this happens, or they get fired up right away. So there will be locators on exactly where this jet was hit, where the debris was rained down.
Yep.
They would have locators on themselves.
They know where it is.
And they've been specifically trained and drilled to go after what might happen in an event like this.
Yep.
And that's where you scramble the Black Hawk helicopters and what's called a combat search and rescue, CSAR, that is scrambled to fly at low levels because they have to. They have to get close to the ground to figure out and get eyes on where these pilots might be and where they might be found. I'm not entirely sure, but of the topography or geography of that area, because I don't know it that well, but it's going to be rugged. Probably it's going to be remote. The fact that the Iranians themselves, even on Iranian television, have sort of urged locals to go out on the hunt and find these pilots suggests that it wasn't in a relatively populated.
You know what the good news is about that? If the Iranian leaders, the regime leaders that are still in power, that aren't the ones negotiating with the president to end this thing, if they're telling people, hey, go find these pilots, we'll give you a reward, what does that tell you? It tells you they don't have the manpower to go and find these pilots. They're hoping somebody turns them in. But these guys, they're not out there risking their own skin. They want their own people to go find them. That's another element of this that I hadn't thought of right away. But if they're asking for help, it means they don't have control of their own ground. It means they're scared to come out. They're worried about the A-10s. They're worried about the Apaches. It's a tough situation. We should all be praying for those pilots. What do you think? I'll see you in the next video.
The United Arab Emirates is set to officially enter the Iran conflict, helping the U.S. military strike Iran. This could be the most shocking news in recent days and marks another key turning point in the Middle East conflict. Reports suggest that Iran's billions of dollars in the UAE will also be frozen, which ties into China's significant interests. Observers have pointed out that Beijing is currently in a state of turmoil, with the Chinese government caught in a difficult position, unsure how to. Wall Street Journal reported on March 31st that the UAE is lobbying the United Nations Security Council to pass a resolution proposed by Bahrain. This would authorize countries to use all necessary means to defend commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz and surrounding areas. All necessary means clearly refers to the use of force. Voting on the resolution is expected soon, and reports suggest that even if it faces vetoes from China and Russia, or an alternative version from France, the UAE is still prepared to assist the U.S. and its allies, making the UAE the first Gulf country to officially enter the war. According to UAE officials, Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries are also shifting their stance against the Iranian regime, hoping the war will continue until Tehran is incapacitated or overthrown. But they have not yet committed to sending troops. The UAE believes that if the UN Security Council grants authorization, countries in Eurasia that have been on the sidelines will be more willing to help clear the strait. This official confirmed that the UAE is actively reviewing its military role in ensuring the security of the Strait of Hormuz, including assisting with clearing mines and providing other support. Additionally, some Arab officials have said that the UAE is advocating for the U.S. to occupy Abu Musa Island in the Strait of Hormuz, which is under Iranian control but claimed by the UAE. Since the U.S.-Israeli coalition began attacking Iran has indiscriminately bombarded Middle Eastern countries, including the UAE. According to official data, Iran launched over 2,500 missiles and drones at the UAE, more than the combined attacks on Israel and other Gulf nations. They resulted in at least 10 deaths and 171 injuries in the UAE. UAE officials have also adopted more direct and severe language recently. UAE Foreign Minister Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan described Iran as a terrorist state, while President Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan referred to Iran as the enemy. Experts say that compared to the early stages of the war, when Beijing was more concerned about the overthrow of the Iranian regime, China is now more worried about its economy being severely impacted. With the UAE's involvement in the war, the situation is becoming more unfavorable for Beijing.
Arab Emirates.
AFP reported that the effects of the Middle East war have already reached China, particularly with rising gasoline and plastic prices. While Beijing condemned the killing of Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei, it also criticized Tehran's attacks on the Persian Gulf region. Mainstream Western media believe that although China and Iran are sometimes seen as part of an anti-Western group, along with Russia and North Korea, their relationship is more about mutual benefits. Oil exports are a key revenue source for Tehran, and under harsh sanctions, Iran relies on China to buy oil to fill its coffers. According to data from shipping analytics firm Kepler, over 80% of Iran's oil exports last year went to China, but this only accounts for 13% of China's seaborne oil imports. William Figueroa, an expert on China and Iran affairs at the University of Groningen, stated, China is interested in Iran primarily as a source of discounted oil, and while Iran does supply oil to China, China is far from dependent on Tehran. Well, Iran's oil-rich neighbors in the Persian Gulf are generally seen as offering everything Iran has in a much more stable, U.S.-friendly environment. Last year, trade between China and Iran was worth about $9.96 billion U.S. dollars, compared with roughly $108 billion with Saudi Arabia and the UAE each, and about $51 billion with Iraq. He believes that the asymmetry in the economic needs between Iran and China is the fundamental reason why Beijing has not directly intervened militarily in the Middle East conflict. However, the Chinese government has previously supplied drones and dual-use chemicals to Iran, and it is highly likely that intelligence has also been shared. U.S. officials have also accused the Chinese state-owned semiconductor manufacturer, SMIC, of selling chip manufacturing equipment to the Iranian military. Andrea Giselli, an international political scholar at the University of Exeter, told AFP that China wants the war to end quickly on its own, and that it would be even better from Beijing's perspective if the United States were to retreat from the conflict. But she warned that we should not overestimate China's ability or willingness to push the situation in that direction. Back in 2023, China successfully mediated the resumption of diplomatic relations between Iran and Saudi Arabia. This seemingly increased its influence in the Middle East, but this month, Beijing still failed to prevent Tehran from deploying large numbers of drones to attack Saudi oil infrastructure.
In general.
Giselli candidly stated that while China might be pleased to see U.S. forces bogged down in this war, the conflict still brings significant risks. Rising oil prices and potential damage to the regional economy could threaten China's development. Beijing ultimately finds itself in an awkward diplomatic situation, criticizing the infringement of sovereignty by Gulf countries, but not directly condemning Iran.
I've only been using my alien blaster on this game because I can't use it in New Vegas
current diplomatic position is indeed awkward. However, he points out that they have clearly overlooked or avoided the most crucial part, that Iran's role for Beijing goes far beyond just providing cheap oil, and the mutual dependence between the two countries is much more complex than it appears. Instagram user Zibing007 revealed, the Chinese Communist Party is not just Iran's biggest oil buyer, it is effectively propping up the entire regime. In 2025, China bought nearly 90% of Iran's exported oil, worth $31.2 billion. Furthermore, Beijing has set up a shadow banking system through Kunlun Bank, which helps Iran bypass the international financial network and facilitates the flow of funds. Kunlun Bank is essentially the shadow treasury of the Iranian regime. It directly handles the massive funds from China's purchase of Iranian oil, which accounts for about 45% of Iran's government budget. So, where does all this money go? Apart from maintaining Tehran's operations, the rest is funneled to proxies like Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. This is no longer just trade. It's the Chinese government directly funding military activities that threaten Middle Eastern stability and American interests. In fact, it has always been Beijing supporting Iran from behind the scenes, while Iran is the one igniting the conflict on the front lines. Iran's contribution to Beijing goes far beyond cheap oil. Iran is a strategic foothold for China in the Middle East and an essential tool for Beijing to counter its primary enemy, the United States. This influence and role are difficult to quantify merely with financial figures. However, after the war broke out, the situation has been moving in the direction Beijing most fears. Tehran is now openly clashing with Beijing. Here's how it all unfolded. In early March, a missile fragment hit the exterior of the Burj Al Arab Hotel in Dubai. The slight damage to this 7-star landmark caused ripples in global financial media far beyond its physical impact. Soon, various narratives began to spread wildly. Dubai was becoming a ghost town. Wealthy individuals were fleeing. Private jets were fully booked, and the beaches on Palm Island were empty. So, why did Iran target Dubai? From a military perspective, the UAE hosts U.S. military and intelligence bases, so attacking a U.S.-Israeli intelligence partner seems logical. But from a financial perspective, Dubai is where Iran's elite store their most important overseas assets and is a key gray channel for bypassing international sanctions. Dubai has never just been a playground for the Western world and Gulf elites. It's also one of Iran's most crucial economic lifelines under sanctions. To put it more plainly, Dubai is the artery connecting Tehran and Beijing. While Iran's missiles hit the UAE's airports and financial infrastructure, they were essentially severing the link to Beijing. According to a report from the Atlantic Council, Dubai's free zone has long been home to numerous Iran-linked shell companies, used to conceal the true sources of Iranian oil and commodities, allowing them to circulate in the international market while bypassing Western sanctions. At the same time, Dubai hosts a large informal money exchange network, the Hawala system. This functions outside the traditional banking system to transfer Iranian funds across borders. The Iranian elite's interests in Dubai go far beyond this. Business networks tied to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, private assets
when I took off all of those lights,
and the savings of wealthy middle-class families, all forms of Iranian wealth are entrenched in Dubai's real estate, trade enterprises, and financial accounts. For many of Iran's rich, Dubai is not a hostile country, but a second home for the wealth. Against this backdrop, Iran's decision to launch two-thirds of its retaliatory weapons at the UAE becomes particularly intriguing. Iran's constant bombings of the UAE are, in simple terms, like bombing its own wallet. Why would this happen? Mr. Z stated that the UAE's decision to enter the conflict was actually foreshadowed. It was the UAE that made the first move. Shortly after the assassination of Khamenei, news broke that the UAE was considering freezing up to hundreds of billions of dollars in Iranian assets within its borders. Recently, many Iranians living in the UAE reported that their work, partner, and long-term investment visas were abruptly revoked. According to a report by Today's Zaman, this purge targets thousands of Iranians, including those who had purchased property and obtained long-term residency through the 99-year lease plan. Even though these expatriates held legal status tied to their property, their residency was forcibly terminated, and now they are banned from re-entering with no resolution timeline. Strangely, non-Iranian family members in some households were still allowed entry, indicating that the action was highly targeted by nationality. The scope of the crackdown extends beyond individuals to institutions. Iranian-affiliated schools, hospitals, cultural associations, and mosques have also been ordered to shut down. At least 5 Iranian schools were forced to close, and student records have been returned to parents. Relevant staff members lost their residency due to the shutdown of these institutions. UAE authorities have remained silent on the matter, offering no legal basis for the actions. Considering that there are 500 to 800,000 Iranian expatriates in the UAE, with investments totaling up to $530 billion in the real estate market, this rare action sends an extremely clear and dangerous pre-war signal to the outside world. If this policy is fully implemented, it will severely limit Iran's access to foreign exchange and its participation in global trade, which would be a fatal blow to Iran's economy, already reeling from both inflation and the impact of war. According to informed officials, the UAE authorities are assessing a series of measures aimed at completely dismantling Iran's illegal operations network in the region. On the financial front, the UAE is considering freezing the assets of shadow companies used to conceal trade dealings and cracking down on underground money exchanges and currency transfer networks. These institutions have long been used to bypass the regular banking system for cross-border fund transfers. If the UAE decides to act, the primary targets will be accounts linked to Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. Data from the U.S. Department of Treasury in June last year indicated that Iran is increasingly allocating crude oil to defense and security agencies like the IRGC, which sell it on the international market for cash. This suggests that the UAE no longer wants to play the role of intermediary between Beijing and Tehran. Naturally, the Iranian rulers are not happy with this blow. Beyond retaliating against the UAE, they believe that to reverse the situation, they must drag Beijing into the conflict. They know that while the UAE is important to Iran, the UAE is equally important to China.
It's just trying to give us a little bit more information about who's our allies now at this point, because we're not really receiving much help from anyone.
As a result, it does not have physical branches overseas,
this is the first time
only
we've gotten
service
the
points in Hong Kong and Singapore. After being sanctioned by the U.S. in July 2012, many of Kunlun Bank's transactions were redirected to Chinese banks in the UAE.
I'd be like, damn, this guy's got his building on, his building hat on, and everything.
If China does not help to intervene, Iran will destroy the transaction platform between the two countries. At the same time, it targets Beijing's energy supply and influence in the UAE, ultimately pushing the region closer to the U.S. What Iran didn't expect was that Beijing didn't respond to its pressure, and the most severe
we could move some of this stuff like this down to the diner and like give it a little bit more room
but the
in here.
UAE decided to join the war. Facing this difficult situation, Tehran is now cornered.
What would you call
reports indicate that Iran has recently
cluttered?
Escalated its offensive against the UAE, directly warning that if the country supports U.S.-Israeli actions, it will destroy civilian infrastructure in the UAE. According to a researcher from the UK's Royal Institute of International Affairs and former Pentagon Middle East advisor, Bilal Y. Saab, the UAE's decision to join military actions will send a clear message of support from Arab countries for striking Iran. It will also provide more options for military operations against Iran and attempts to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. With its military bases, Jebel Ali Deepwater Port, and its geographical location near the entrance of the Strait of Hormuz, the UAE could become an important forward base for U.S.-led operations. The UAE Air Force, equipped with U.S.-made F-16 fighter jets, reconnaissance drones, bombers, and short-range missiles, can also support escort missions and collaborate in striking Iranian targets. At this point, the hardest part is not the Iranian government. Aside from the Revolutionary Guard officials whose assets were frozen by the UAE and are likely to be liquidated, the Iranian people have an easy choice: dismantle the mullah regime and return to the free world. The real worry now lies with China, which is being torn apart by this Middle East conflict. China's westward strategy has come to an end. Its energy security in the Arab world is in jeopardy, and its interests have been severely impacted. At the same time, Beijing must face a terrifying dual reality: a Washington no longer tied down by the Middle East, able to focus its military power on the Indo-Pacific, and China's global influence in the global south is rapidly losing momentum.
Just about anything, especially energy costs, but one item is now being added to the list: bottled water, Laz.
Yeah, welcome to the law of unintended consequences. You already know that oil prices are going up, and you know that's giving a lot of pain at the gas pump, but did you know that it's also raising the cost of bottled water? And this is a big deal because 90% of American consumers drink bottled water. 20% of us drink
bottled water prices are set to spike in the U.S.
Tap water
Okay.
for that crowd. Well, a 20-ounce bottle of water
So maybe you should get a couple now.
averages about $1.50. So why is the price going up? Because oil derivatives are a key raw material in making most plastics. So when oil prices rise, the cost of plastic goes up as well. And oil is up more than 40% since the start of the war with Iran. And now oil is trading around $100 a barrel. A supply chain expert at Syracuse University told Newsweek that he expects to see the price of bottled water to rise by 5% this month, which would bring the average cost to about $1.60. If oil keeps rising, he's forecasting the price of the bottled water to go to $1.65 and then possibly $2 if oil reaches $200 a barrel, which most analysts say is probably not going to happen, but you never know, all things considered. Now, when we look a little more closely, insult to injury time, an economist at Radford University is saying that the cost of bottled water could rise even if the price of oil subsides a bit. Why? Because panicky consumers might start hoarding. And we know full well from the pandemic that once the consumer panic starts happening, it happens in a big way.
We hear some economists saying that it might take a year or longer for energy prices to stabilize, assuming that the Strait of Hormuz, that choke point for roughly 20% of the world's oil and natural gas that flows right past Iran, assuming that were to open tomorrow, that it could take a year or longer for these energy prices to stabilize, which of course then has a domino effect on all these other items like bottled water.
Sure, and even then, there are some unknowns. For example, Iran is already trying to signal that, yeah, it's willing to open the Strait of Hormuz, but maybe not for American ships. Also, Iran is also toying with the idea of exacting a toll on oil tankers that pass through the strait. So there's still a lot of wild cards here, but John is correct. The instability in the energy market historically is very difficult to tame. It takes quite some time for everything to settle back down and for a median price to reemerge. So at this point, oil looks set to stay high for a while, and all of the oil derivatives out there will also remain high. And this is just a reminder, as far as bottled water goes, that when oil prices go up, it affects wide swaths of the economy.
Manhattan Institute senior fellow Chris Rufo has been investigating widespread fraud in California. In a new report, he found that fraud losses during the Newsom administration totaled at least $180 billion. California Governor Newsom responded to that report, saying it relies on, quote, guesses. Newsom says California has been a leader on combating fraud. Chris Rufo joins us now. Chris, what's your response to Newsom's response?
Yeah, well, Gavin Newsom is definitely becoming associated with the word fraud, but it's not for fighting it, it's for enabling it. And look, even under the most conservative estimates, experts from Harvard, from the Department of Health and Human Services,
the 18 billion mystery
fraud division have told us that the fraud
empire
in
of fraud
is unprecedented. It represents the largest financial crime in American history.
I honestly think that this has literally never been seen before in the face of humanity.
As high as $50 or $60 billion
It's like
a year
the Joker has all the money.
From federal taxpayers who actually
The
send
Joker.
money to the state. And so, look, this reputation is catching up with the governor. He's going to try to run away from it, but the facts are not on his side.
So what's the most egregious example of fraud that you found?
Sure. Well, really, Medi-Cal is the 100-pound fraud within the system. And HHS officials told me that they estimate that the state of California is now losing up to $50 billion a year to fraud. And what I've noticed in the reporting is that it seems like every criminal enterprise from around the world has looked at California as a vulnerability. They're seizing. In our reporting, we show that neo-Nazi prison gangs, Romanian fraud scammers, death row inmates, and foreign fraud gangs have all been ripping off the state of California.
Oh my God, $50 billion a year to fraud is entirely too much. In any state, let alone the fourth largest economy, apparently, in the world.
how many people are dropping the ball on this? Because if it's that easy to steal
Romanian
money,
fraud
a
scammers.
lot of failures along the chain.
Yeah, well, what's happened is that essentially California is operating many of its public programs, in essence, on the honor system. There's very little oversight. During the pandemic, when California was distributing tens of billions of dollars in unemployment insurance, there were only 2 state employees in charge of guarding against fraud for the entire system. And even worse, some of those employees that were in charge of guarding various programs were committing fraud themselves.
Right.
We've seen this through criminal indictments, and it goes all the way to the top. It's outrageous.
And that's a good place to leave it. Outrageous indeed. Chris Rufo, thank you so much for bringing this report to us. We do appreciate it very much.
My dog's begging.
The new acting attorney general is Todd Blanche.
She's Scooby-Doo out.
Of town. Todd Blanche, who was the deputy attorney general, President Trump's personal lawyer, took over. In fact, Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche were both President Trump's personal lawyers at one point in time. But it was Todd Blanche who, of course, rocketed to stardom, I guess you could say, or infamy, as he had to defend President Trump against an insane amount of lawfare. And you could see Todd Blanche standing by Donald Trump in some of the more famous legal cases that were brought against him, and that earned him a spot inside of the Trump administration and Trump's trust. And so here we have sitting today, Todd Blanche is the new acting attorney general of the United States of America. Who is this guy? Well, here's what he had to say. Pam Bondi led the department with strength and conviction. Thanks, President Trump, for the opportunity. Serve as acting attorney general. Will continue back to blue, enforce law enforcement, and to keep America safe. Okay. Thomas Massie came right over the top and said, congratulations, AG Blanche. You now have 30 days to release the rest of the Epstein files before becoming criminally liable for failure to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Now, this is very interesting because Todd Blanche was the one that was dispatched to the special prison that they held Ghislaine Maxwell at. And you can see here in the hundreds of pages, I mean, look at this, nearly 300 pages of a deposition between Todd Blanche and Ghislaine Maxwell, and it is a lot, right? We've covered a lot. We've covered a considerable amount of this. But what happened here was that Todd Blanche, after this interview, got Ghislaine Maxwell moved, in fact. Ghislaine Maxwell, of course, said that, she pled the fifth for a couple of things. Todd Blanche went back the next day. They had like almost a 3-day interview. And then she got moved to a minimum security prison. I have no idea if this is like part of some type of more like bigger deal. Who knows what happened behind the scenes? Ghislaine Maxwell wouldn't testify before Congress. She completely pled the fifth, so she didn't say anything to Congress, but she did sing like a canary to Todd Blanche, and then got moved to a minimum security prison, what many people call pretty much like it's just a federal hotel in Texas. And Todd Blanche on Sunday defended the decision to move the convicted sex offender Ghislaine Maxwell to a minimum security prison, citing the threats against her as the reason for her transfer. In a Meet the Press interview, Blanche said the decision to transfer Maxwell to a less restrictive facility was made by the Bureau of Prisons. Every decision they make lands on the desk that it intends to. At the time I met Miss Maxwell, there was a tremendous amount of scrutiny and publicity towards her. The institution she was in, she suffered numerous threats against her life, he said. Okay. She was moved from a prison in Florida to a minimum security prison called Club Fed in Texas, shortly after Blanche's interview with her. So anyway, many people saw this, and they have every right to, as some type of favorable treatment to Epstein and his co-conspirator, Maxwell. And so Blanche has now done his first interview on this subject after the threats from Thomas Massie to release more of the Epstein files, and here's what he had to say.
Now, the Epstein files, you'd agree, not handled well? No, and I don't, first of all, I have never heard President Trump say that the Attorney General that anything that happened to her had anything to do with the Epstein files. And so look, the Epstein files has been a saga that's lasted for the past year. And what happened when the President signed the Transparency Act is the Department of Justice has now released all the files with respect to the Epstein saga. And the Attorney General Bondi and I appeared in front of Congress voluntarily a couple weeks ago to answer any questions they had. We have made every single congressman, senator available to come and see any document, redacted, unredacted, that they want. And so I think that to the extent that the Epstein files was a part of the past year of this Justice Department, it should not be a part of anything going forward.
Okay, well, I mean, you've combed through these files, right? Who was Epstein spying for?
Look, I don't know that he was spying for anybody. Nobody's ever said that.
No? You don't think he might have been a spy for a foreign country?
I have no idea if he was a spy. All I know is that we don't have any evidence in the Epstein files that the FBI collected over 15 years that suggests that, Jesse. I don't know. I wasn't part of the original prosecution team. Neither was Attorney General Bondi. And I can tell you this, there's only one president that's held Mr. Epstein accountable, and that's Donald J. Trump. During his first administration, that was the administration that prosecuted him, and during this administration, it's the administration that's been totally transparent and released all the files. And no matter how much criticism people want to make about the Epstein files, that is indisputable. It's undisputable that nobody talked about the Epstein files for 4 years during Biden, 4 years. And so when President Trump said, let's release the Epstein files, and the law was passed that allowed us to legally do it, we did it.
So he's saying we're not getting any more Epstein files. Now, this post got community noted, saying that while the DOJ did release 3.5 million files, and we've covered quite a few of them on this channel, that there are still allegedly 6 million total files, and what the DOJ released was redacted, and certainly millions short of what they said, the files that they had. So how are we to know if he's telling the truth? How are we supposed to know? He says there's no evidence of them spying. I mean, dude, he had Mossad running his security cameras. He had multiple Israeli prime ministers living with him. Oh, it's like, you know, and he's passing off. I mean, he's having regular connections with CIA, the heads of the CIA, heads of intel departments throughout the world. So it's a great line of questioning here from Jesse Waters, obviously a bold line of questioning. But he's saying that there's zero evidence that he was a spy, and the DOJ has released everything. That's a lie, says Nancy Mace. Many of the most important documents are still redacted. What is the truth? Wow, he's going to be worse than Pam Bondi. Great. Okay. Let's go ahead and see, ladies and gentlemen. The Epstein files are done. ADG Blanche says they've released all the files. While acting AG Todd Blanche stated the DOJ released all the files, the DOJ identified 6 million potentially responsive pages and only published 3.5. Okay, there you go. There's the community note. Can Todd Blanche be trusted? People are posting a photo of Todd Blanche with CNN's Kate Land Collins. They were having a sneaky little lunch here. We'll see. Totally in favor of Stephen Miller becoming the Attorney General, obviously. New Attorney General Todd Blanche says the DOJ is done with the Epstein files. The review is over, he says.
Released, there are a small number of documents, as I said on Friday, that we're waiting for a judge to say we're allowed to release because of a protective order. But this review is over. I mean, we reviewed over 6 million.
Okay. I will agree with him on this thing. I've said this before a million times. I will agree with him on this thing, that the Epstein saga is a weapon. And we were just too stupid to use it. Now, not me. Nobody elected me. I haven't put my name on a ballot. Maybe I will someday. I'm not sure because it makes me so angry. But it wasn't me who used them as a weapon. We could have, the Republicans could have used the Epstein files as a weapon for years. We could have used them as a weapon against Biden, against Obama. But we didn't. Instead, we waited till this Trump term, and they used it as a weapon against us, in spite of the fact that the vast majority of people that are implicated or look terrible in this are Democrats. So that's just a giant L that Republicans have to take for being stupid, which is true. Just is true. Tom Homan said Todd Blanche is about to step up hard as Attorney General. He won't skip a beat. I wish Pam Bondi the best. I think Todd will step up and won't skip a beat. He'll keep the train on the track and we'll keep moving forward, says probably the most trusted law enforcement advisor to the president right now, which would be Tom Homan. So I guess we'll see, ladies and gentlemen. It's been frustrating, obviously, and it's been an unnecessary L, I would argue, for the administration.
Another theory is that Epstein is well connected to foreign intelligence services. Do you have any evidence of him being a spy or a plant for another foreign country?
No, there's no evidence of that. And we did look at that extensively, not only this administration, but every administration that's been involved in Epstein could look at that. And there's no evidence that he was associated with, well, let me just not say there's no evidence. The evidence that people say exists does not point to him being any part of foreign intelligence. Now, as I will say repeatedly, I did not know Epstein. I was not part of those investigations. So I'm answering your question based upon what I know, based upon my investigation as a Deputy Attorney General for the past 11 months or so. So, but from what I have seen in the files and from what I understand happened during all the investigations, there's zero evidence of it.
Okay. This is your new Attorney General. What do you think about that? Obviously, we believe that it was the Epstein saga. I know as a matter of fact that it was the Epstein saga that got Pam Bondi out. So what happens next? Not sure. New boss, as bad as the old boss? Let me know in the comments. It's your boy Benny. See ya.
There are a lot of traitors in the United States, and it's not just the judges. It's also literally our state representatives, right? Connecticut State Representative Mariam Khan, sounds like a straight white Christian male, appears to have replaced her American flag with a Pakistani flag. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that nice? See, this is insane. It's crazy that we need to deal with this every single day. Every single day. We have to wake up. Traitors are running our government. We go to sleep. We wake up. Traitors are running our government. We're getting replaced. We're getting killed. We're getting raped. We go to sleep. We wake up. More traitors are running our government. It's honestly insane. We need something really drastic to happen. This is not acceptable at all, and it's only getting worse everywhere. Until eventually the pushback gets too big.
Wow,
so ISIS calls on Muslims to set fire to churches and synagogues around the world on Easter. That's nice. That's pretty awesome. Love that. Love that. It's almost like they fucking hate us and want to conquer us and kill us or something. Now, on the eve of Holy Thursday, Chartreux boarding school, Catholic school in Lyons, France, was set on fire. Christianity under attack again. Where any media reactions? Tucker Carlson, you were talking about how a church was closed in Israel while it was getting bombed by Iran, but you're not going to talk about how there's literally an attack on a church like every single day in Europe by Islamists? Like, this is insane. We don't have to live like this, dude. We literally let the barbarians into the gates, and now we have to make believe that they're just like us. All right. So again, not trying to get controversial or anything. All right, but it seems like 6.4% of the population is doing 62.1% of the violent crime in Minnesota. Now, to be fair, this isn't just including black people. This is also including like Somalians. All right, so like, I mean, listen. Well, the numbers are skewed. They know attention. You're racist if you notice. Now, here's in my opinion, you have to be careful because being racist is obviously it's a human right. You have to be careful of society. Look, man, if you see some shit happening, you might have to cross the street. You know, like I'll be honest, pattern recognition is important. But I just think you have to talk about how actually don't get too racist, right? Because there are some fucking retards literally everywhere. All right, so Rupert Lowe, more on him in a bit. There's a link between rape gangs and one particular religion. We have seen it again and again and again in our inquiry. That religion is Islam. As a country, we have to have the courage to face up to that fact. This guy says, get over it. What? There has to be something absurdly evil about saying get over it in the context of gang rape, torture, and murder for religious reasons. Something like this would never be said in any other group for lesser crimes, and he says, once again, get over it. All right, so just understand, this is Jonathan Brown, a professor at Georgetown, responding to a post saying, yo, I really don't like that Muslims keep raping people with get over it, which is insane, absolute insanity. All right, so this guy says, never get so racist, so you forget that white leftists are the worst people in the world. And Elon Musk says, important reminder. All right, important reminder. Don't forget. Listen, save some of your rage for the traitors that let them rape us. All right, so anyway, this is a press conference in London. They invited this guy. This is Ahmed al-Shara. He is the current leader of Syria. Syria is currently massacring Christians, by the way. All right, England came out condemning the United States for attacking Iran. Syria is currently massacring Christians en masse, and they invited him to England. And watch this fucking monkey fail to open a bottle and need a woman to do it instead. He just can't do it. Hands it to a strong, powerful, independent woman. Oh, she figured it out.
Keep the Russian military bases in Syria.
Anyway, so yeah, just wanted to show you that because I thought it might humiliate him in England a little bit, which is always fun. So anyway, this is a scene in Pakistan of police getting chased by Islamists.
Nos voitures à Lima. Nos voitures.
Look at that. You see that shit?
Nos voitures à Lima. Ta voiture à Lima.
Oh, if you notice the language, you'll notice that actually this is not Pakistan. This is France.
La police est pas.
Yep. This is just Islamists chasing police out of their territory. Yep, France, ladies and gentlemen. They condemned us. I wonder why they condemned us from attacking the Strait of Hormuz. I wonder why France condemned us for attacking Iranian terrorists. That's so weird. So here's a pretty horrifying story that seems to be happening more and more these days. I feel like I have to do a racist video now and again. Every once in a while, I have to remind you guys what our values are. Okay, a little bit of racism, I think, keeps people safe. So this is a story of a Muslim Uber driver, Ahmed Ali, pretending to drop off a drunk girl in the United States. Instead, he drove her to a secluded area and raped her. Her family found her by tracking her phone. Now, this entire courtroom is full of Somalis that support the rapist.
58-year-old Ahmed Ali, an Uber driver accused of a heinous crime.
Where they're asking that the court find probable cause for rape in the second degree and kidnapping in the first degree.
The victim relying on Ali's service as a rideshare driver to get back safely. Instead, documents say, Ali used his Uber app to make it seem like he dropped the victim off, then drove here to this secluded location outside of Olympia and raped the victim.
She is fearful if he is released, or expressed that she would be fearful.
No shit.
The probable cause documents say the family of the
I can't believe his name is Hassan. All the Hassans I know are such good people usually.
Victim got worried when the woman did not return home. The father, using his phone, tracked his daughter's location to the scene of the assault and found the victim naked in the back seat of Ali's car, with Ali scrambling back to the front seat,
what a
trying
nightmare.
to pull his pants up.
There's a substantial
what a nightmare.
Commit a new violent crime, and this is based on the nature of these allegations.
Documents say the victim's family beat up Ali, and at least 2 shots were fired. Investigators say Ali tried to flee the scene, despite medics saying he needed help.
Jesus.
In court, Ali still had bandages on his hands. Near the scene of the attack, I spoke to a dad who told me it's horrifying to hear what happened to someone else's daughter on Father's Day weekend.
You know, to me, it's justice, and it should have never happened to begin with.
Obviously.
Right?
How could we have avoided this? How could we have avoided this from taking place? And the courtroom, of course, was full of Somalis. The entire Somali community came together to support this pedophile.
Dad was able to be
Isn't that
there.
beautiful?
The suspect is a father himself.
Oh, a father himself.
He really is. It's pretty fucked, man.
Children that are now Americans that we have to
Real
deal
nice.
with. That's amazing. Look at that. Look at the community coming to support him. Isn't that nice? Deport all these fuckers. Do it. They obviously don't think this is a bad guy. Deport these dumb fucks. We don't need them here. Like, I'm being honest with you. This is insanity. Insanity that we need to be subjected to this shit, right? And then you wonder why the actual crime statistics in Minnesota look like this: 6% of the population, 60% of the violent crime. This is insane. This is absolutely damning. All right, and then they say that you're racist. Actually, you're racist for saying racist. Racist? They should stop raping, and I'll be a little less
Ridiculous.
racist.
Yeah,
okay?
you have a kid and
worry
you
about
just fucking
bigger
rape
issues,
somebody.
dumbasses. This is absolute craziness, right? This is what Trump had to say about Somalis just today.
Somalia is just terrible. A lot of people say it's the worst country anywhere in the world. They have no money, no nothing. They have no government. They have no police. They just shoot each other all day long.
That's what they do.
That's
what they do.
It's just pure bedlam. Probably the worst, most dangerous country.
That's what they do.
They go to Minnesota.
They rape.
And they stole $19 billion.
That's not
$19
good.
billion.
I don't like that at all.
They got low IQ.
They're true, objectively true.
Low IQ people, they're bad people. They have 94% unemployment. In other words, they don't want to work. You know, there's a lot of jobs available, right, with the economy. They don't want to work. Why would they work? And
why would they work if they could just vote to get your money for free? If they could open up their nice leering centers. Of course, another guy named Hassan, interesting, just like this other pedophile named Hassan, that's crazy, said this proud language of a white supremacist. Yep, you're a white supremacist if you're anti-rape, I guess, it seems. Anyway, so understand what's going on. In France, all right, they had a church burned down, all right, they had other crazy stories going on, Muslims chasing police out of their territory. French MEP Rima Hassan, who led the flotilla to Gaza together with Greta Thunberg, was placed in police custody in Paris. You know, for allegedly glorifying terrorism. Wow, that's so weird. Didn't see that coming. So this is a nice, wholesome story of Abdulmol Ibrahim. Sounds like a straight white male to me. He had 15 prior arrests. He's from Sudan. And let's see if we could notice anything wrong with this video. If you notice something here, you're probably a racist. That's right. So this is a mom and her girl just sitting there with Mr. Ibrahim over here, who seems to be coming close and trying to come into the house and blocks the door. Wow. What the fuck is this? 15 arrests? What the fuck is this? And he just takes the kid. What the fuck is this? And he ends up running away. Thank God she was fine. Excuse me, what? This should radicalize the fuck out of you, man. 15 prior arrests. Now, this is Tony Blair, you know, former super important British guy. All right, this is his sister-in-law. All right, this is the sister-in-law of one of the most important and powerful people in England.
After October the 7th, this October the 7th, a legendary day.
Yeah, it was an unbelievable tragedy. You know, terrorist Islamists went into Israel, murdered 1,300 people, raped hundreds of women, and took hostages.
In the Ummah's history, yes, we can say that people are now picking up the Quran because of the steadfastness and sabr of the people of Gaza.
She's actually saying that the October 7th massacre was actually a really fucking good thing, and Muslims love it, and they're becoming so much holier because of all the rape that happened and murder.
Specifically, to find the beauty in the Quran.
Yeah, when the Quran says, slit the kafar at the throat, all right, and Jews and Christians are the lowest of people, it's so inspiring when you see Jews and Christians getting murdered.
How many millions will accept Islam because of this? Only Allah knows.
Oh, so many people are so inspired by the mass killing and torture.
We're at a tipping point in history. Don't be downhearted.
Sister-in-law, one of the most powerful men in England. Now, you have to understand what we're dealing with here. This is literally an entire worldwide event that we're dealing with. This is Francesca Albanese, all right? This is in England. She's saying this in a conference today in England. Get ready.
They've been tortured to death. There are more than 100 people who have been killed, including journalists and doctors, medical personnel. Rape has been so pervasive.
I love how she says it like she makes believe she actually cares, right? While they import infinite rapists into their own country, they talk about rape in Gaza or something.
Men have been raped.
Oh, get ready, this is awesome.
With batons.
There's no evidence to any of this, by the way.
With bottles, with dogs.
Dogs.
Europeans who train dogs.
Right, get ready, this is great. Right, so understand this is the scariest thing in the world for a Muslim because they hate dogs. So understand what's going on here. Right, we have Francesca Albanese ignoring the rape gang scandal in England, talking about how Europeans are training dogs to rape Palestinians. Like, these people have fabricated so much shit and manipulated the left in our global countries so much. It's insane. It's insane. Honestly insane. This is an article from today in the Daily Mail in England. Teenage mob chaos spreads to other towns and cities as youth supercharged with social media riot and ransacked shops in London and Birmingham during Eastern holiday link-ups. Look at this image. They blurred the face of all the black people, and they only didn't blur the face of the one white person. It's honestly insane. It's insane. They pixelated every black guy and brown guy and Muslim, and they only left the one white girl unpixelized when they're talking about violence. Well, holy fuck! They're like, white people at it again. Sea of fucking brown in the background. Like, I'm just being real here. All right, this is Muhammad from Pakistan who attempted to rape a 13-year-old British girl, and they call him out for it. And he defends himself pretty well here.
Couldn't control myself.
Couldn't control myself. She was 13, and how was I supposed to control myself around 13-year-old girl? How could I control myself? She's 13. This is age of woman in Islam. I'm really glad that we brought these people into our countries, man. All right. So this is Rupert Lowe. I read how a failed Pakistani asylum seeker repeatedly abused and raped an 8-year-old girl has been jailed for 15 years. He abused her in her own home and bedroom. She was told that if she told anyone, she would die. I wouldn't deport him. Under Restore Britain government with the British people's approval, the death penalty would be reintroduced to such evils and undeniable crimes. You would be put to death. If you rape a young child, you do not deserve to live. It's that simple. And he's right. And it's crazy. And the backlash he's been getting is wild, but honestly, people are actually starting to follow him. This is crazy. I would rather be called a racist or an Islamophobe than enable rape, to be honest. After what we've seen and heard at the Rape Gang inquiry, those meaningless words have no impact anymore. And he's just completely right about this. He is just objectively, completely right about this. All right? These words mean nothing. The words mean nothing. The issue was too big for me to care about your fucking bullshit labels and words and terms. A woke guy called you racist. You should kill yourself now. Just let them rape you. Let them rape you, bro. So Douglas Murray went on the BBC, all right, British broadcasting cock. All right, this is essentially just it's a propaganda campaign at this point. Literally a propaganda for left-wing Eurocuck values in England. So Douglas Murray, he's a right-wing journalist. He went on, and apparently he destroyed them.
Because of that threat of Islamic extremism, we should have less Islam in this country. Was that a wise phrase, talking about less Islam?
Well, I think it's perfectly wise phrase, perfectly open to misrepresentation. I think I said it at the encouragement of the BBC.
Well, I'm reading your article.
It was on the
BBC.
BBC. Yes, it was on the BBC. That's why.
I'm quoting what you said in the Sun. Less Islam. Surely, less Islam means less people of the Muslim faith. That means less Sajid Javids, less Sadiq Khans.
Well, that
it
depends.
means
Bro-based.
Anyone who's a Muslim. That's what it means, isn't it? Isn't that provocative?
I mean, it would also mean less people like the Abaidi family, wouldn't it?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, exactly.
But the point is, you're talking about less Islam. That is Muslim people.
No. Just bear with me, because I know.
My guy, we do not owe anything to anyone. We, as in the Western world, signed the Western world. We do not owe third world rapists and retards literally fucking anything. We don't need to toss a coin and be like, well, you know, the good news is only 50% of Muslims are extremists. So therefore, well, we have to just flip a coin every time we import one. We don't have to play that game. In fact, it doesn't matter what the number is. We owe them nothing.
Better than you, what I think. This country has had a wildly stupid and lax immigration policy for decades. And we allowed people like the Abaidi family, a family of jihadists who'd fallen out with Colonel Gaddafi because they were from rival jihadist groups. When the Abaidi family fell out with Colonel Gaddafi, they came first to London and then to Manchester. And one of the sons they gave this country was Salman Abaidi, who at the age of 22 killed 22 young girls at the Manchester Arena.
Oh my fucking God,
with a suicide bomb. One, by the way, for every year of life this country gave him. His brothers just stabbed and thrown boiling oil at 3 prison wards. Let me bear with you. Why were the Abaidi? Hang on. Why were the Abaidi family in the UK?
Great question.
Why is nobody interested in asking that? And I'll tell you what the problem here is. There are lots of types of extremism. You get far-right extremism, far-left extremism. When it comes to jihadist extremism, jihadism comes from Islam. Therefore, if it's 1%, 5%, 15% of people of the Muslim faith who follow that version of it, you've got a hell of a problem. And the more people,
he's just right.
The larger, this is simple math.
Let's say it's only 1%. We should not be bringing in 100 Muslims.
The larger the number of people who are followers of a faith that has not solved the extremism problem in its midst or drawn suitable lines, the more extremism you will have. You don't get that from the Catholic Church in 2023 or 4. You don't get it from the Methodists. You won't get it from the Quakers, and you won't get it from the Anglican Church.
Of course there is a problem with fundamentalism and Islamic extremism.
And fundamentalist Islam comes.
So why should we import millions of Afghans if he's admitting that, well, yeah, it's true. You know, 10% might rape and kill us, but, you know.
Islam, you're saying less of everyone, which means less Sajid David,
no, it doesn't.
less Sadiq Khan.
No,
it's not on an individual level. We just shouldn't open our borders to people that want to kill us.
No problem at all with Sajid. No, of course it's not stereotyping. I mean, this is a kind of dated conversation to my mind.
That's right. And they just try to hit him with the woke talking points. Are you being racist right now?
This is all being addressed elsewhere as we speak. And nobody else is as incredibly slow in learning as the British media and political class when it comes to this problem. Why is it the case that Saturday after Saturday we have thousands of people going through major British cities who support the death cults who would murder Jews and the rest of us next? That's a question you and I and Newsnight should answer.
Douglas Murray, thank you for talking to Newsnight.
Wow, thank you so much for coming on our show. We totally learned a lot. Anyway, and this is what England's going through. And now you wonder why. So, breaking news. Buckingham Palace has confirmed that King Charles will not issue an Easter message this year. Excuse me, what? The Christian nation of England will not be issuing an Easter message, but they issued this for Ramadan?
Assalamu alaikum. Ramadan Mubarak.
Oh my fucking God, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, as Muslims across the United Kingdom,
this is the worst betrayal I've ever seen.
Commonwealth begin preparations to celebrate Eid after fasting for the holy month of Ramadan. I
really like the
just wanted
chalkboard
to
door.
convey my heartfelt best wishes to all who celebrate this festival, and to tell you just how much my wife and I are thinking of you at this special time of year. This last year, I know, has been deeply challenging for us all, and I'm only too aware of the...
I'm tired. I can't. Now, over 1,800 killed since junta seized power in Burkina Faso, rights group says. No one talks about it. No one cares. Let's import millions of them into our countries. At least Japan isn't fucking dealing with this shit anymore. They're just totally done with it.
Japanese man tries desperately to get a group of migrant men to behave and stop littering on the streets. Here we go.
Inside room. Station out. Is it? Okay. Is there any place? No, he's just recording. In Japan.
What the fuck you mean in Japan? Dude, and these guys will say they're Japanese. I'm just as Japanese as you are. When you come to another country, obey the rules. Do not mess things up for the people in the country. Smoking on the streets? Littering? God, he's so right. Based.
Look, see how violent and aggressive these people are? And look at this here. Illegal immigrant who attacks someone in Japan gets deported.
Based.
I don't want to go back. Immigration officer, it doesn't matter. We're taking you.
Based. It doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter. Our countries need to survive. That comes first.
We're lucky we even have a plane. We're taking you no matter what.
Yeah, cry about it. Cry about it. A leftist is tearing up the Constitution somewhere. That'll work. Bye. Bye.
Japan is deporting children of migrants, man with Indian parents. The immigration officers are telling us to go back to our parents' home country.
Bye.
Mr. Wok-sin was born and raised in Japan. It's the only country he's ever known, but immigration authorities want him out.
The immigration authorities are telling us to go back to our parents' home country, but I've never been to India. The immigration authorities must be kidding themselves.
Gursey Wok is one of at least 500 children born and raised in Japan with no legal rights.
See,
there it is. No birthright citizenship. Get the fuck out.
That's why y'all are getting sent home.
Who say they fled India.
They were literally not allowed to be here. But you're gonna blame Japan? It's the only country I ever knew. Blame your parents for putting you here illegally. yeah, you're gonna go. Look, man. We need laws. We need laws that we need to follow. Otherwise, we're fucking cooked. Otherwise, we're the barbarians that we're breaking into our countries. I'm sorry that sucks for you. And I'm sure your life is gonna be shit because of it. And it's really not our problem, actually. You know? We have a lot of issues. We don't need you to add to our issues. And I'm sorry your life sucks. Figure it out.
To escape religious persecution.
This is the reason why y'all get removed. You get these people that think that they're like entitled to go to any country because it's bad in their country. New laws in Japan make it almost impossible to gain citizenship if you aren't born there. Live here for 10 years, don't commit crime, and pay your taxes.
Based! Why should anyone... They're just so... We need this in America immediately. Yes! It's literally that simple. live for 10 years, don't commit crime, pay your taxes. I would add, learn the language, learn Japanese, or learn, American, all right? I would add that to the list. But, yes, why else should you become a citizen? Think about it.
The list is almost impossible. Japan obviously is voting against this. The reason why Japan is more easily able to inoculate from these kinds of problems...
They don't have white guilt. I think that's why. I think that's because they don't have, like, these liberal white retards destroying our countries.
It's because they haven't gone through the massive racial guilt that I think Western countries have gone through because of Hitler and other forms of, like, slavery and stuff like that. But if you know anything about history, you would know that basically every country...
I think also our countries... this might be controversial, and I don't want to upset anybody with this. I think that Christianity is a very, very loving, forgiving religion. And I think a lot of leftists that hate God will weaponize the real empathy that a lot of people have to destroy them. And I think it's so sad. But I think it happened in our countries.
Every culture, every group has done systematic racism, has done slavery, and everything else in between. So that's really the main reason why it doesn't happen over there, and that's the reason why they're able to get rid of it.
Yeah, and that too, for sure. Absolutely. I mean, after the Holocaust, everyone was like, well, Hitler was white. I guess white people have to literally just shut up and fucking die. And it's retarded. It's completely retarded. It's insane, and it's evil. It's just racism, actually. But yeah, we're fucking tired of this shit. Everyone is tired of it. Everyone that's being honest and reasonable is. Now, a lot of people don't want to talk about it, because obviously no one wants to be branded racist, Islamophobic, whatever the fuck. We want these people out. We want our countries to thrive. We don't think that bringing people into our country that doesn't benefit our country actually helps, and therefore, we're going to stop doing that. Maybe it won't happen today, maybe it won't happen tomorrow, but the revolution is coming. The year of the Great Crusade, 2026. I'm telling you, man, everyone's waking up.
Hey everyone. A strike hit very close to our building, and I don't know how long I'll be able to stay online. I was already working on another video, but compared to this one, it didn't feel important anymore. So I wanted to
wait a minute. Was that it?
Another video, but compared to this one, it didn't feel important anymore.
Dude,
so I wanted to record this as fast as possible before things possibly get worse, or before I'm not able to upload at all. I don't know if my microphone can pick it up, but sometimes you guys might hear some explosions in the background or some bullets flying by trying to...
Oh my god! Holy shit! You guys might hear some explosions in the background. I'm in Iran. Jesus!
Hit the targets, so
that's
insane. I'm sorry if that distracts you all from the video. Over the past 3-4
I'm getting bombed. Sorry if it sorry about the interruption.
4 days, the situation here has escalated a lot. Attacks have become much more frequent and much more aggressive. The capital of Iran, Tehran, has 22 districts, and just overnight, around 20 of them have been experiencing strikes every couple of hours. And unfortunately,
holy fuck, that's a lot. God damn.
One of those strikes hit very close to our building. All of our windows were completely shattered, and I got injured. It's not severe, but my leg is hurt badly enough that I probably...
Crack the fucking wall. Holy shit. Give me a second, I gotta use the bathroom. Just making a video, what a badass. Yeah, bro, I can't believe he was able to make this. Oh my god. Holy. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. We good? Anyway, excuse me.
Won't be able to walk properly for about 2 weeks. But it's not just physical injury. The shock from that blast has also affected me in a way I did not expect. When I try to walk normally, after a few steps, my vision starts spinning and I lose my balance. It's a very strange feeling, and honestly, I think my body and mind are still processing what happened. Since
I hate to say this, but that happened to me after I hit my head on the desk in the Mage Tower. It did.
Recording this, power has already gone out multiple times. After each strike, electricity cuts out, and sometimes it comes back quickly, but other times it can take hours. anywhere from a few minutes to even 4 hours. And right now, it feels like it's only a matter of time before either the power goes out completely or the internet shuts down entirely. Some internet infrastructure has been affected, either damaged or overwhelmed. When one system goes down, all traffic gets redirected somewhere else, and that just creates more pressure on what's left. So everything becomes slower, more unstable, and more likely to fail. Because of everything, prices have also gone up a lot. People who fixed Windows are now charging 4 to 8 times more than normal because everyone
That's called supply and demand. Yeah.
Everyone needs repair at the same time.
Holy
And
fuck.
in a situation like this, some people take advantage of that. There are also people online scamming others. They give you a test connection, you see that it works, but once you pay,
They turn it off.
disappear.
Yeah.
And since a lot of these services aren't officially allowed, people can't even report it without putting themselves at risk. Even banks currently have started limiting physical cash withdrawals, so most payments now have to be done digitally, which
Holy
also
fuck.
comes with extra fees and taxes.
Holy
Everything just
fuck.
became harder, even basic things. I don't know how things will look in the next few days, but I wanted to share this while I still can. If I go
Jesus
quiet for a
Christ.
bit, just know it's not by choice, and that's...
Oh my god, bro. I actually had a friend of mine yesterday tell me about, like, he was talking to his dad in Iran, and hasn't heard from his dad in, like, you know, I'm pretty sure, like, a month at this point. Scary, man. It's really fucking scary.
Legit. Be right back.
Even with the denoise, you can hear the engine explosions. That's how loud it is. Oh my god. This is just going on?
Well, that just happened.
Fuck!
I don't know if my microphone picked it up. If it did, that was loud.
That just
but
happened,
okay. No matter. If you're watching, here's a
Why
live...
does this feel so staged? It feels staged because you're not used, like, because you live in a Western country where this type of environment is unthinkable to you. But other people deal with this on a regular basis every single day.
Experience of that while I'm recording. And Asmongold, if you're watching, yeah, that was insane. In my last video, I saw a lot of people, especially from Asmongold's chat, asking why don't you talk about the sanctions? So in this video, I will. What sanctions and restrictions actually look like in daily life. Because this is not something you can explain in one sentence. To tell you the scale of sanctions inside my country, I will tell you a number that one website has estimated. There might be more since the website hasn't been updated since 2020. But the index alone tracks over 12,000 sanctions recorded connected to Iran. Nobody is able to talk about all of this in one video, and I have talked about the most important ones, I would say. Because of the restrictions, local alternatives are created. For example, a local search engine project like Google, but only for Iran, called Zarrabin, reportedly costing over 2 trillion rial to develop, which is roughly around...
That's for what, $6? I mean, it's not that much, right?
$1 million today.
Oh, that's okay. That is all right. It's not Zimbabwe. It's $1 million. That's a lot.
Significantly more at the time it was built years ago. That I have been told is estimated around $67 million. But here's the part where people find it surprising. If you look for something inside of this local search engine, and if it cannot find what you're searching for, it may still ask you to look it up in a global search engine like Google, which shows the gap between building something and actually replacing global systems. Another frequent question is, do you have companies like Amazon or global brands? The reality is, if a company or brand does not start its operation locally, access to that company or brand becomes extremely limited or indirect. So let me give you
there's no, like, Taco Bell
example from each category that you guys might know. Let's start with tech services. Nvidia, Intel, AMD, Microsoft, Apple, Samsung,
You guys
Google,
at least have
MSI,
Nvidia, right?
Asus, Sony, Meta,
Oh,
Tesla,
no.
Razer,
Oh,
and
no.
etc. The
Oh,
services over here of that brand does not exist. They do, however, get imported here by the seller to be sold for much higher price, but it does not offer any services. Moving on to the gaming platforms. Let's start off with the most frequent inside of our country, PlayStation, which many can't even log in to their account since the last few years ago. And then Xbox, Blizzard, Epic Games, Steam, Riot Games, and etc. do not offer services inside of Iran. Again, you are able to buy the games with gift cards, but if something happens to your account, like account hack or ban for using a VPN, that is still on you. Since where we live, they do not give any services. Even if you manage to get the product, support and services may still not exist at all. So if something breaks, you're on your own.
You're playing on hardcore mode.
What I am about to tell you might sound insane, but it is real. As you guys may know, in some online games, player can earn in-game currency and sell.
Oh no. Oh no, 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 don't tell me.
Services, especially in a game where we all know Asmongold from. At certain times, like the start of the new game's update, some players can make around $1,000 in Iran in a short period by boosting or selling in-game resources like gold.
This is exactly what was happening in TBC. Do you remember all of those guys, all of those death knights sitting outside of Botanica? And I messaged them, and they're all Spanish. It's just South American, right? Yeah, they're from Venezuela at the time. Yeah, they're all sitting there.
Gold. Later in the cycle, that drops to around $100 to $500. For example, in a game, 1,000 gold is 60,000 real. Now,
1,000 gold is 60,000. That's just, man. That's bad. Jesus.
Compare that to real life. That amount can be equal to or higher than what many average workers make. Think about that. A virtual economy inside a game can sometimes feel stronger than real world income. And people are doing this by playing 8 to 9 hours a day. But a normal worker works around 12 to 14 hours a day. That is not...
A normal worker in Iran works 12 to... Holy shit.
Normal, and that is just absurd.
That's
As you guys already know, many global things do not exist in our country. Because of that, there is no copyright. For example, let me show you this. Many of you who are watching currently already know about World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is from Blizzard's, and you need to pay a subscription in order for you to play. This is a website from our country, and over here, you might see some stuff in the background that you already know what it is. This is World of Warcraft. And the thing is, this game only works for people inside of Iran. And I have downloaded this game.
No, I don't play World of Warcraft. I play WoW Zone. Man. That sucks.
To show you how it works. As you can see right here, I know you cannot read it, but this is how you log into the website. You make a username and password.
I wonder if I could play this. If I would be able to play the Iranian WoW Zone.
You download the game, you extract it, and it says wow.exe, and you open this. As you can see,
man, dude, I'd be afraid to even make an account.
This is normal World of Warcraft, pretty much. And you just log in with the password and username you created inside the website, and boom, you log in, connected successfully, and I am in. And over here, you only see people from Iran and nobody else. Because the server is only set to people who live inside of Iran. And also, you are able to sell your currency when you farm it for much cheaper price though. This is not just for World of Warcraft, but every single game that comes out, even Crimson Desert, is inside of our website.
Crimson Desert. it's Red Desert. It's just Crimson Desert, the same game.
However, I do not recommend people to do this because it might destroy your computer with viruses. Because the crack versions you are able to download over here might not be very good for your computer, but many people do it because they cannot afford the real game.
And so, you saw on the side here, look at this on the side. It's got Windows, and there's a 10 next to it, so it's Windows 10, WinRAR, Epic Games Launcher, Steam. Oh, man.
the real game. I also wanted to thank everyone who supported me and donated and helped me out with the channel. We raised around $7,000, but I only received the first $5,000, and taxes of that $5,000 was about 17%. So we lost around $800 to $1,000.
That's pretty good.
Which is a lot. When I heard that from my girl, I almost had a stroke. $2,800 of that money went to the repairs of the house, and $200 extra of that went for buying rice and stuff like that for the people who are homeless and have been struck down or pretty much been homeless. So I wanted to thank you guys so much for the love and support. The rest of the money I will be saving for a future home that me and my girl want to buy. We're trying to save quite a bit of money to buy a house. You guys should already know houses are expensive, so it will be a cool journey to...
Some things are the same over there, huh?
To vlog everything if possible and move forward, and you guys can see an entire life turn around. So hopefully I can see you guys later in the future videos. See you guys in the next video.
Damn. God damn, bro. Like, having to... Dude, this... Like, oh, guys, I'll be right back. Give me a minute. I gotta... Just a sec. Here, let me link y'all the video. Yeah, you can support him. I mean, Ace, I've watched his other videos.
Well,
yeah. Holy fuck, man. Why does every Asmon viewer have a girlfriend? I don't know how that happened, bro. Like, it's just... Yeah, it's fucked up. It's what? Yeah, and that was with it turned down, too. Can you imagine? That'd be so hard to sleep. Holy shit, man. Love to see him get out of there. I think a lot of people would feel that way. Make sure to give him a like and a sub if you haven't already. I mean, I really appreciate the guy making videos, and hopefully he can stay as safe as possible. This was 2 days ago, so I hope he's doing okay. I really do.
I started buying them when it was 35 yuan per gram on January 25th. Now it's down to 16. I've already lost over 500,000. Why does it always drop as soon as I buy it? Did I, Big Ting Ting, single-handedly bring down the entire precious metals market? She's called Big Ting Ting, a silver trading blogger from Tangsha City. Over the past few months, her name has become well known in the precious metals investment circle. However, this fame came at the cost of huge losses paid in real money. It drops as soon as I buy. This helpless statement echoes the feelings of countless small silver traders. She bought at the high of 35 yuan per gram only for silver prices to start falling afterwards. Faced with her shrinking account balance, her only choice seemed to be averaging down. But each time she did, it only sank her deeper into losses. I bought at 35, then averaged down. Maybe every step I took was wrong, but I had no way out. I had to keep moving forward. I can only change my mindset and welcome a new life on this path. I hope those who are stuck with me will live happily every day. I wish we can all break free soon. Let's go. A netizen comforted her, saying, "Look at the people who bought properties a few years ago. They lost even more than you." Yeah, in China, there are traps everywhere. We can only comfort ourselves by comparing who's losing less. Since last year, when gold and silver prices soared, countless investors drawn by the wealth myth flocked in. Chinese people have an almost stubborn love for gold and silver, believing that tangible things are the most reliable. What they didn't expect was that this reliable weight has now become the heavy burden crushing their lives.
Since I started trading gold and silver, gold has dropped 300 per gram. Silver went from 34 to 15. What's the point of continuing? All the money I made last year is gone. I've lost everything. It's so frustrating.
What's more heartbreaking is that some have risked their entire family's future to trade silver. This vlogger, hoping to earn money for his soon-to-be-born child, borrowed $1 million without letting his wife know, and jumped into the silver market. His dream was simple, to make $400,000 and give his child a better start. But reality dealt him the harshest blow.
Silver has dropped again. This volatile market is torturing me. Today marks the 19th day since I borrowed $1 million to buy silver. I only have a few bullets left. There's still 11 months until the repayment day. Is there still hope for silver to break 35? Today, it's at 17.8, so I bought 2 more, making a total of 44 now. I'm still at a loss. Will I ever make that $400,000 to buy formula for my child? I've done some research. Silver is an industrial metal and a strategic resource, which the central bank strictly controls. So the short-term pullback might just be a setup for a better surge. As long as I hold on and don't cut my losses, it's just a matter of patience and time. Do you think I could still succeed?
Just hold on and don't cut my losses. The rest is patience and time. This statement, rather than being a belief, is more like self-deception. He naively tries to comfort himself, and with grand narratives like strategic resources and strict central bank control. But the netizen's comment hit the mark. Can you really buy a strategic resource that's strictly controlled? As retail investors struggle and panic, encouraging each other to hold their ground, large investors are also having a tough time.
Right now, silver in Shui Bei is practically worthless. No one wants it. Today is March 31st. Silver prices dropped by 5 cents, then 1 dime, with the market repurchasing at a loss. This never happened before. Silver is being sold at a loss. Right now, even gold can't sell in Shui Bei. Neither can silver or platinum. Only small jewelry is selling, but investment-grade metals just won't move. If it's time to lie down or close up, we can't live like this anymore. Plus, people's enthusiasm for buying jewelry has clearly dropped because the market is so sluggish. I also suggest everyone observe more and act less. Don't place orders rashly, because we never know when the market might suddenly turn around, right?
It seems everyone's confidence in the silver market has completely collapsed. Shuibei, China's largest jewelry trading center, has now become the graveyard of precious metals investments. Big investors are fleeing at a loss, seeking liquidity to survive. What they leave behind for retail investors is just a light-hearted watch more, act less. A netizen commented, "The rules of this game were unfair from the start. When prices were high, they sold their chips to retail investors. When prices crashed, they ran first and told the retail investors. Don't cut your losses because they need someone to catch this falling knife. After all, there aren't many buyers left to take over. Don't sell at 17. When it hits 8 or 6, retail investors won't care whether they cut their losses or not." Recently, the silver market experienced an epic crash with prices halving, causing significant losses for many speculators. In contrast, gold prices have remained strong. Industry experts analyzed that the divergence between gold and silver prices stems from their differing intrinsic qualities and the current macroeconomic environment. Gold primarily serves as a financial and monetary asset, being a reserve asset for central banks and a hedge tool. During times of international instability, rising geopolitical risk, and expectations of economic recession, funds flow into gold for safety, driving up its price. Silver, however, has a much stronger industrial role than a financial one, with over half of its demand coming from industries like photovoltaics, new energy, and electronics. Therefore, silver prices are highly correlated with global economic conditions. Analysts point to 3 main reasons for the recent sharp decline in silver prices. Discrepancy between expectations and reality. Silver prices were previously overhyped due to optimistic expectations for demand from emerging industries like AI and photovoltaics. However, the actual demand growth has been linear, far from the exponential bubble driven by speculation. Global macroeconomic headwinds, the US Federal Reserve's aggressive interest rate hikes, have dampened economic activity and industrial production, directly weakening the substantive demand for silver. The high interest rate environment has also increased the opportunity cost of holding silver. Speculative capital retreat when the market story can no longer continue and the macro environment reverses. Speculative capital quickly pulls out, triggering a sellout that causes a price crash and exacerbates market panic. In short, concerns about economic recessions and geopolitical risk have led to a divergence in gold and silver prices, pushing silver, the poor man's gold, into a deep abyss. Retail investors, misled by the misconception of silver as a cheap substitute for gold, have become innocent victims in this market storm. If trading silver was a continuation of traditional speculative thinking, then trading memory chips represents a new gamble in the high-tech sector. The Chinese seems to have a unique obsession with stockpiling, from salt to garlic, from pu'er tea to liquor. Anything can be speculated on and hoarded. This time they've turned their focus to the hard currency of the AI era, memory chips. However, recently there has been a dramatic avalanche in memory chip prices. In just over a week, prices plunged sharply. Many who hoarded chips have ended up losing big, leaving them in distress.
Bros, memory chips are crashing. I'm stuck with them. Stuck with them. It's over. Over. Is there any chance for a rebound?
This trader's wail was met with no sympathy. Online, did you think about your bros when you were making money? Now you're crying when you lose. According to reports from Chinese media Kuai Technology, the price of mainstream 16 gig memory has dropped sharply from 900 last week to around 700. The 32 gig model saw even more drastic drops, with prices gradually falling by about 300. Some brands dropped by as much as 30%. In Hangzhou Electronic Broadway, Mr. Wang, who has been in the business for years, told reporters that prices collapsed last Saturday, falling by over 100 in just one day. His store sales dropped by over 60% compared to before November 2025. This crash marks the end of the insane price surge that started in the fourth quarter of 2025, fueled by the surge in demand from AI data centers. Memory prices soared. For example, the contract price of 64 gig RDIMM server memory jumped from 450 USD in quarter 4 2025 to over 900 USD in quarter 1 2026. The high prices made it out of reach for many genuine consumers, but attracted countless speculators who saw it as an opportunity. They hoarded stock, betting that prices would keep rising. In Huaqiangbei, a famous electronic market, rumors circulated about someone losing the equivalent of a property in a few days due to their stockpiling. However, the market logic once again proved its ruthless nature. When prices soar, detached from real demand, a crash is inevitable. The mentality of buying when prices rise, not when they fall, kept price cuts from triggering a buying spree. Instead, it fueled a wait-and-see attitude as everyone feared buying at halfway up the mountain. Data from the second-hand market confirmed this sell-off wave. On the Xianyu platform, the average transaction price of DDR4 memory dropped by 80 in just 1 week, while DDR5 fell by 20. This speculative stockpiling frenzy, fueled by the AI craze and driven by speculators, ended in a mess. Traders who dreamed of overnight riches by hoarding are now left staring at piles of electronic bricks in their warehouses, unable to hold back tears. If the crashes in silver and memory chips market only impacted specific investor groups, then the ongoing decline in A shares has affected millions of Chinese families. The performance of A shares in March can only be described as grim. On March 31st, A shares closed the month with a bang. The Shanghai Composite Index fell below 3,900 points, and all three major indices closed lower. In March, the Shanghai Composite Index dropped by 6.51%, while the Sci-Tech Innovation 50 Index saw an astonishing drop of 15.57%. Over 4,300 stocks in total fell. On social media, the topic of A shares quickly trended, with screens filled with stockholders' wails and screenshots of their losses. I lost nearly 50,000 in March. Anyone worse off than me? I'm done. Give me my money back. I lost 48,198. I lost the equivalent of a ruling car. It's like a dull knife scraping flesh. While it's happening, they're reassuring you, it's okay, it'll be over soon. A financial influencer, Gong Kaijie, posted a loss statement of 1.13 million for the month, lamenting, I've lost the equivalent of a property in a third or fourth tier city. This is the biggest monthly loss of my career. What upsets investors more is the stark contrast with foreign markets.
My mindset is exploding. If the US doesn't drop tonight and keeps flying upward, we're going to be in trouble. Today, the US surged with satellite aerospace, while resilient stocks like memory chips and CPOs perform well. But even if the US makes a small gain tonight, it won't matter. Prepare a bag to send money to our mom tomorrow. That's just how it is. The global leader, the mighty A-share market.
Netizens commented, what mom? That's not our mom. That's the stepmom. They're at war and their market's rising. We're not involved in any war, yet we keep falling every day. If you had any real power, you could make money investing in US, Japanese, Korean, or even Vietnamese and Indian markets. But here in Myanmar, it's just pure exploitation of retail investors. America's at war and the stock market still rises. China's not at war, yet the stock market drops every day. This sarcasm hits a nerve with A-share investors. Why is there such a stark contrast? The weakness of A-shares is a result of both internal and external factors. From the external perspective, the rising tensions in the US-Iran conflict fueled global risk aversion. However, unlike the sharp drop in A-shares, the US stock market's response is more complex. The war expectations have driven up sectors like defense and energy, while strong performances in AI and other tech stocks have supported the market. More importantly, the performance of US economic data and market expectations regarding the Federal Reserve's policies are the core factors driving the US stock market. Internally, the problem facing A-shares are more profound. The first is the pressure on economic fundamentals. As annual reports arrive, the true conditions of many listed companies are becoming clear. The ongoing downturn in real estate and weak consumer demand has raised concerns about corporate earnings. Next is a lack of market confidence. Long-term bear market thinking has created a fragile ecosystem where the market reacts by fleeing at any good news and panicking at any signs of trouble. Investors focus on short-term speculation and lack patience for long-term holding. The mass exodus of funds before the Qingming holiday illustrates this risk-averse behavior. Anyone rushing to exit with no one willing to take on the risk. Finally, the most fundamentally, there is an issue with the system and regulatory framework. There has long been skepticism about the pace of IPOs, the pressure from large shareholder lockups, the fairness of quantitative trading, and the enforcement of penalties for violations. When the market lacks a fair, transparent, and predictable environment, investors feel like they're walking in a dark forest where any disturbance triggers extreme panic. The drop of A-shares may appear to be just a numeral decrease, but in reality it is a collapse of confidence. When millions of investors use gold and silver to vote, only to see their account continue to shrink. Their disappointment with the market and their stepmother is quite understandable. While stock market losses are for many just setbacks in the investment realm, the rise in oil prices directly impacts on ordinary people. On April 7th, China will face its sixth fuel price increase of the year. This frequency is making every car owners anxious. Amidst rising fuel prices, a joke is circulating online. It seems that by choking the Strait of Hormuz, Iran is choking China's neck. Behind this is the public's dissatisfaction about China's domestic fuel pricing mechanism. It is well known that international oil prices fluctuations are the main basis for domestic fuel price adjustments. Recently, due to outbreak of the Iran conflict and disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz, international oil prices surged. However, people's question is, why is it that when international oil prices drop, domestic prices are always reluctant to lower, sometimes even citing floor prices to refuse cuts? Yet, when the international oil prices rise, domestic prices increase quickly, often far exceeding the rise in the international prices. This time, the most extreme example is the fuel surcharge on airline tickets. On April 1st, several airlines announced a sharp increase of domestic fuel charges starting April 5th. For flights over 800 kilometers, the surcharge rose from 20 to 120, a five-fold increase. This hike has sparked outrage among travelers planning to fly. 5 times higher, crude oil prices only doubled. Who's pocketing the extra money? Investigate. Just an excuse to hike prices. They can't do anything right, but always first in price hikes. All want to exploit us. Facing the upcoming surge in fuel surcharges, a wave of ticket hoarding has emerged. Data shows that long-term flight bookings have increased by over 30% year on year, with many even locking in tickets for the entire year to combat future price hikes. This seemingly smart behavior reveals the public's pessimism on price trends and deep insecurity. They don't believe the price hikes are temporarily and are willing to risk canceled trips, high change fees, and buying at the peak just to lock in cost. In essence, ticket hoarding mirrors the same mindset seen in hoarding silver or memory chips, a lack of trust in the market's normal order and an attempt to counter systemic uncertainty with personal cleverness. Silver, memory chips, stocks, fuel prices, and tickets. These seemingly unrelated events highlight the economic hardship in modern Chinese society, where the struggles and frustrations of ordinary people are evident at every turn. When traditional wealth-building channels are blocked, society turns to speculations and illusionary shortcuts. Retail investors with limited information and funds always end up taking the risk, while the cost burden falls on ordinary citizens amidst economic pressures. when millions of stockholders and everyday investors are repeatedly harvested in the market and can only laugh it off, a harsh reality emerges. In a system that values political stability and disregards the public's livelihood, their wealth and dreams are insignificant facing the authorities' grand narrative.
What the hell's going on here? Why can't I see anything? Wow. And now it works. Jeez. Oh my god, this one always kicks me out. What is it? My event? Yeah. What the hell? No wonder nothing's working. Holy god, okay. Maybe I can go there and not get kicked out. We'll see. I've never actually beaten this one. Wow, everyone just kind of like went there instantaneously. I'm not gonna fast travel, I'm just gonna walk over there. I forgot it does this. Oh my god, 60 seconds. I don't know if I can wait 60 seconds. I can see why I was better off just walking over there, but I still missed it. Wow. This is why I say, like, it's kind of hard hitting these events. Why I don't just go out and do quests, because the game isn't as good as it could be. But if they fix some of this buggage, it really is beautiful. That's alright, we hit a jackpot. And don't forget, if you have one of these things and it's not making the ammo, you got to press X to transfer, get into that screen, and grab it from there. Sometimes the server glitches. There you go. Okay, so we got a few things we could do. I don't know why it's doing this. Glitched. Last time I tried to get in there, it did not work. Let's make it hard to see what I gotta do. Drink. Company tea. Okay, I gotta repair my armor. Do I have the right perk cards? I think that's what I was getting stuck on last time. Oh my god, my cat. Crazy place on the anvil. It's because the bed's like right here. Right here. So it like fell onto the anvils? I don't know. I don't get it. Okay, let's see. Because I can't just replicate. This is the original? Yeah, no, don't worry. I don't need to worry about that one. I got the Pimp Boy. Alright, let's see. We got to... Where are my cards? I can't... Y? I'll just press Y. And then... I need to go to... Where is it? No, that's the active one. Oh, see, I got White Knight on already. I'm trying to get the one where it repairs it twice as much. She has improved durability. So I gotta just take that off. Go down, armor, durability. Go over here. Repair, try, ignore gunfire. Here we go. I'm just gonna repair the whole lot because I bought extra stuff on purpose. Just, come on. Oh, what? It should have been double. What the hell's happened? Hold on. Improved durability for the armor. What the f... Oh. Tough. Okay. I remember doing that. It's been a while, okay. Anyway. There's that other card that I just put on there. Fix it good. I knew there was something off. Okay, so at least when we do these, they'll be perfect. for the cat for good luck. He's doing some Buddhist pose. I can't believe I got this on camera. You can't really control your cat like this, so it just kind of crazy. Okay. Here we go. Boom. Alright, there we go. I don't really know. I just think I have that because I already have one right here. And the jetpack is just for it's a different one. It's for my wife. So here we go. We got to see what we could do. Beautiful where it's still got the aurora, but it's becoming sunrise. Somebody bought a lot of stuff. Okay. See the moon falling. Beautiful. The goat has been summoned. Who is shooting? No one? Oh. He seems to be very zenned out now. I don't see anyone else. Is that cherry? Yeah, it is. You turn that into a weapon? There's danger. Oh, there's one right here. They always like to go around the side of my circular water tower here, and they don't know what to do with it. I guess I should show you some of the stuff that I haven't done in a while, but it was the last projects I was doing. So I was trying to be able to just go somewhere and plop something down really quick, like this shelter. It could act as the front portion being my PDA, or a place where the public comes and sells and buys their wares, trading office. And then there really isn't a door that you could fit here before the phasing, so once you did, you could do this. Which is what I like. So that's why I did this door originally, because you weren't able to do a door. A lot of people couldn't figure out how to get the door open, or they never came down here to care or to do it. I'll just do this. Good. Here's what it looks like. So I used to have all my extra glowing stuff down here, and now it's just turned into my suit stash, which I was going to put the stuff that I bought here today, like the 2 tinfoil hats down here, and then the fire starter guy. I'll probably do that in a bit. But yeah, this is where I used to just like AFK for a little bit, because then you're not going to hear gunfire or anything, and it's just whatever. You have your music on and whatnot, you're good. But yeah, so like this was my panic safe room. I used to have all the things in here to do what I just did, like repair my weapons, but it just, I never came down here and used it, so I took it out of here. Yeah, how many people have came into my shelter to buy something? Not very many. People that are just, usually buying stuff, they'll tend to look for your vendors on the outside before they go into shelters to look. Because people don't like loading screens. Cough, cough, loading screens. Okay, so anyway, so yeah, that's basically why I have this big thing built on the outside to where you could walk in between people's houses that are your neighbors. Like, for instance, right here that just popped up, and you don't have a loading screen. There's no loading screen. You can walk in and out of my house and onto my balcony just fine without even having to jump. Let alone you hit a jump loading screen. Jeez, it gets annoying. I like it. I don't have one. I like it. I have one. I have this. I don't have this. I was trying to get this. I like how there's actually fish in there, man. That makes me wish I would have gotten it now. Yeah. Get some Deathclaw stuff. Thanks, man. Shenandoah. Ammo. Scrap. Here we go. Let's see what he's got. Good old Tennessee Vols. Alright. I like it. I mean, I'm just gonna take him. I don't know why he's selling his bobbleheads, but I'll take him. I'm just gonna take it. I don't even understand, again, why he's selling something like that. It'd be smart to grab this stuff for people who don't have the prototypes. And then sell them, or give them away. He's giving them away, like, at relatively cheap. And they got pretty good perks on them. Alien Blaster, like I said, I can make all that, so that's just cool that he's selling that too. Rejuvenating. Western Spirit. Ooh, look at these. Cheap anti-armor. Regenerating. Cheap. Battle loaders. Damn it. Instantly reload when bashing enemies. Crazy. I'd do that. That would be dope. 15% and up to 74% on a full stack. I don't know how many stacks you can get. Damn it. Okay, so I guess I'll just go one end on this and call it a day. Anyway, all within no loading screens. It is just a testament. He won't mind. Yep. Good stuff, man. Okay. What? Usually I don't like to use VATs, but those things are pretty quick. For instance. Come on. Can't even hit it without VATs. Barely. Oh, snake. Okay. It's kind of hard because the alien gun doesn't really have good iron sights, in my opinion. I mean, you kind of have to guess like in retrospect, like that little gap in between the top of it, there really is no like bullet, so to say. It's energy wave, like energy blast. So like that's gonna actually can drift a little bit if you're walking too. Like if you're strafing from left to right, like it actually does kind of aim a little bit different. Okay, so this person went over there is now buying more of my stuff. Okay, whatever, dude. Appreciate it though. See, that guy's done. I'm just gonna grab the nuclear waste because I actually need that to make my Nuka-Cola. I have a specific, I like to run around with what I call a quantum deconstructor, which is like Nuka-Cola or soda machine type energy weapon. And not a lot of people get to see this. They don't even know it's here. It's my own little Easter egg. So you see where it says the egg right here? Basically, it's what I put to kind of symbolize it. I want to grab everything around the edges too because it looks kind of gay when I'm showing on the inside when it has different. You don't need to. But I'll leave like one out in case somebody comes for water. I used to only leave like these 5 open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Is there still somebody shooting? Because I can't zen out if there's somebody shooting. Wild. Okay. Wilder. I'm not even sure how that got up there. Anyway, that's not the Easter egg. I was just trying to get the thing from Sabby to shoot. Alright, so you're supposed to usually just jump up here, right? Probably because you don't have kangaroo jump. You could, normal jump, you can jump up there and get up here. I've tested it. But once you're up here, you know, you can either look, and then if you notice the egg, and that there is something different on this side compared to this side, and it's on purpose. Everything's for purpose, right? And then you go into it. Yep. It's my own little alien ship. So now you can't get out, you're trapped, you're in here. There used to be tons of lights and stuff, like, but I think I took it out to save space, like on my thing to do all the extra lights for my name up there for the advertisement. But now I can bring a couple back, put a couple down again. I'll have to. But yeah, you got the radio. You got, you know, your lamp. And you're good. Like, you can't get hit. Like, I've never had anything spawn in here while I'm in here. I don't even know if that's possible. Probably not. But you could sit here and in the middle of this and pick up all the water. Like AFK, like if you have a button clicker in your controller on spin, you could just literally pick up water infinitely. So that's kind of a cool thing, right? And so that was my little gift to the community, was this, I call it the cat maker. How funny is it? Cappy. Join the Cappy exciting game. Spin the wheel. You know what? I actually might have to. But the only dumb thing is like I said, like you can't get out of here. And so you kind of have to literally make it go away somehow by making one of your other ones pop up. Like this one. Not fast travel yet, but then see, then everything disappears and you can walk away from it. And there goes your buddy. He's gonna go run all the way to Ohio now. Crazy. Okay, so I gotta fix that. And then this whole crap with the literal can't see this. Barely if you have everything memorized. Like that. And then I was about to say, if it's not gonna let me in again, I'm gonna be upset. Come on, just let me in here. Shit. It's crazy. It's craziness. Okay, I gotta get to Cappy. I know not a lot of people will do this one. It's usually I just spend the points on something else, like bullets or something I could sell for caps. That was my first infinite cap glitch in this game. Just sitting there punching it with a power fist and then getting the points and then doing that until I can't anymore focus. Like literally can't do that. Literally until I can't focus. And then I turn in my points and turn in my points for cap. Making ammunition 45s or 10s. Usually the 10s don't sell as much as the 45s because people's fixers. Alright, let's protect it. I remember right. This does not give me better damage ratio. It's actually my civil engineer armor. Oh look, I can see it again. Look, it's this 271. But this is ultimately this actually makes, oh my god, this is 1,786. Am I seeing that right? Did they like mess with the DTR or something? That's insane. I wrote it down. It was only like 600 or something. Like, what the hell? Oh. Okay. Oh, I don't even have any ammo for anything else. There's already follows me. Okay. Damn, that hit me hard. I didn't expect anything to kill me with my damage threshold almost at 2,000. And then I got hit with a frag deer, and I've never seen anything kill me quicker. Avoid frag stags. Definitely have to try better next time. Yep, this is where my soul left my body. Alright, now we're back full circle. What in the hell? I don't have any psycho or oh my god. Is it not? Okay. Okay, or Stampax. Oh god. Damn, I died in like 3 hits. That was awful. Okay. That was a little bit less lethal. Oh my god, look, we got a disintegrator we could sell. It's always good to sell those. I'll check it out for the guy. Basically, guaranteed sell if you check it out. Oh my god, you gotta catch the chickens? What the fuck is going on? This is terrible. I've never done this shit in my life. Maybe if I had a keyboard and mouse for people. I can't believe we caught the chickens. To be honest with you. Okay. Sheep squatch, oh god. Got him. Two-shot Gauss minigun. I'll take it. Alright, that was it. See, that wasn't that bad. People don't like that one, but I like that one. I mean, I'll take it any day. Get rid of this whack-a-smacker here. Don't need this. 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 Yeah, let's go see what our desert house looks like. I'll be right back. Let's see what our connection is handling like right now. Looks like it's hovering at 18K and going down to 12K, which isn't that big a severe hit as it was there. Oh, nope, I spoke too soon. It went back down to 8K. See, that's unstable as hell, but it looks like at least it's floating around 18K to 12K down to 8K and not going any lower than that. While streaming on Twitch on the Xbox is 3K, which isn't a lot. I'm just trying to say, like, even if I put it lower in OBS, it wouldn't fix the problem. I've already tried that. Before I put my headphones on. This one's asking for a redo eventually. But like, cause I'm kind of getting to the point I can't do much with it. These gates are actually taking up a lot, but so I can't customize too much inside of it other than the fact of the look. So you have that inner sanctum here with the entrance, and then you have other points of sale here. You go down here. You walk through. You have the casino. Then you also have. There was another door to your secret abandoned mine shelter there. If I got rid of the top entrance. And then you have this one over here for your vault lobby. So all compact, all pretty self-sufficient. You come out here, you're not able to be hit by death claws. You have your farm over here. This place I have generating on Coca-Cola, so I had to stop by here for the score. I had the Lawson up here, kind of like one of those crow's nest guys. And I discovered here that you can turn the sign on here. For a while I just had it and I didn't know you could use it like with lights on it. I started doing this up here with the whole flowers in here and to kind of remind myself where everything is. These gates are supposed to always remain closed, but I think the Lawson's been unruly. So I originally had my ammo right here, but I moved it over here because I decided to put, flamethrowers. So, yeah, and then I'm gonna probably redo this one so people can't turn the frickin' letters off. Yeah, I mean, it really out of their mind. Stupid. Freaking stupid. Anyway. I appreciate the thought, like, it doesn't necessarily need to have, like the ability to turn them on and off. It's kind of too much in my opinion. It could just stay on, like... Anyway. So over here, this isn't really the place to get purified water. My other place is, so I just have some of these vintage coolers. The outside deal here, and then I had made it into a third story by platforming off up here, and he barely walks around up here, but you have another POS, point of sale here. So yeah, this is this one. And then the last place that I was building was way up here, if I remember right. Yep, and I haven't been there in a while, so we'll see what New Haven City, that used to be in the ash heap, now it's no longer in the ash heap. It is where you also kind of get the mini shelter. I like that area up there. It's solitude is your friend up there. So it felt like a castle area. So I'm trying to make it into like that vibe. I just put this thing around Joe Lawson, and I kind of had gone a little bit wild with his engineering, and so he's the one that makes the stuff over here work, like specifically the cooking oil. He makes it himself. He makes it, like, without him it's not turning. So if he's not in here, it doesn't just keep generating, which is, it's better for the economy, right? It's not like people can just go to my base and grab things all the time. I have my own little ways to make sure it's not like broken when I don't want it to be anyway, you know? So there's that. And then so here's the POS. Usually when you spawn literally right here, and that's why I put it. I spawn there often. Enough for me to do that, right? So then this, I guess I didn't show you what it looks like from the outside. So at night, it looks like one of those Minecraft Ghastlies. With like one of those, like a weird hat on, right? Like, and if you ever played Minecraft, you know those people in the nether that are ghosts that shoot fireballs out their mouth. That's what I tried to make it look like. So, yeah, that's pretty much, and then I made this into one of my first hexa, or how many sizes is this? 6, right? No, 8. 8-sided structure. It's a hex. So I mean, it's a hex is 6. It's not a, or hex is 5. Sept is 6. 7 is sept something, and 8 is oct. So in the octagon, basically, and like you got the hole here, like if you're trying to do like fisticuffs or something, you know, like WWE style matches, and trying not to fall. Obviously I would put that up during the fight, but yeah, like right now I'm trying to get it to go to a separate house over here, but I haven't quite gauged that out, which is why I'm doing this. It's supposed to be one big walkthrough, 3 different houses, and then this one is supposed to be the castle slash sumo slash, like, think of it like a portal area where you can go into your shelters. Every shelter usually has a theme, so I'm probably going to, with those new letters, I'll be able to put the theme above the door here and make it look better. And I have all this stuff here clearly to just generate when I'm doing things. This is where I get my ammo and just put it away or sell it, all within the one standing position. But then you go into the ghastly, and this is your welcome home, right? Of course there's a door here that kind of you can shut here. Took a while to get all that like perfect, but yeah, I got it working. So when it goes up, it pretty much just disappears. It's cool, and then you're like, alright. And yeah, so talk about, I was just in this treehouse vibe, right? And in the spring, it's like when you're at the end of winter and early spring. That's what I was treehousing. So we put a whole water bed up in here next to some fresh water containment. Nice fireplace. Some food. You got your extra XP up here. And yeah, that's just a little short deal. You can also get below it if you access your cosmic capture right there. You can get teleported into the inside of the Ghastly, which is where the fireball is, and access all the inner workings of this. Or troll people, you know, like know how you got in there type thing. It's kind of hilarious. That's why I made the floor like transparent so you could see the inner workings. But yeah, it's just a little project, side projects, you know, instead of just doing quests in the game. I gave myself my own quests, like the build objectively. In these shelters, they help so I don't always have to have like the workshop benches always plastered everywhere. It's just I have different ones. Like this is just all like a lounge area. The casino doesn't really have workshops. The lobby vault shelter, sure, it has workshops. This one, it's not supposed to have workshops, but since it's a mine, I might have a few. Well, I haven't decided yet. Oh, I guess I haven't showed you the vaults. So this is the like repair shop / workbench area. Because I took it out of the small one, that's where I used to have it all at, and then I upgraded this one. And let me turn around and make it rendered in here. Might actually crash, jeez. Okay, so here we go. So we got Starlight. Turn that off for a second. You can see the inside of the picture of the CRT basically. Not a lot of people know that there's actually like this weird scene that's on that you can't. It's not obviously behind the TV. It's literally somewhere. I don't know where it is. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Not a lot of people see that. You gotta have like a light inside the TV, which is what I do. I have like, you can see I have one of those spinning. It says, where is it here? It's not gonna allow you to see it, but it's one of those spinning disco balls right there inside the TV, so it's acting like actual CRT emitting light from inside and shining out, and you're getting an actual picture from your television. Because if you were to just turn it on, it doesn't, it just shows that. But if you have it off and you have its own backlight, it actually has a picture. Pretty cool, right? So let me just get some of my extra weight off of me. Yeah, that kind of blew my mind when I saw that the first time. I had it inside of my my dinky dyno. I had my TV in there, and I kind of made it so it would actually spin. This is actually better that it doesn't spin. So then it's just kind of more of a constant image. It doesn't twinkle at all. It doesn't kind of distort or anything. It's just perfect. If I could do that with two other colors, like red and blue, it would almost be like literally like a colored picture. I bet. Like in reality, that's how colored pictures are made in spinning discs and projectors. So yeah, it's in the old CRT days. That's how it's done. So it's kind of crazy. Maybe I could replicate it, color TV. But yeah, that's another day. Anyway, just science experiments. So I have, and you know why I always have these in here. It's so I can, whenever I'm walking about, I can just tap 50 on that, and hopefully I can get 1,000. Nope, not today. But anyway, so I have extra fast knock masks, man winter masks. These are different. I don't know exactly. I'll have to go through and tally all of mine. But as you can see, I have a full suit of this. I don't need the two pieces I got, so I can give it away to people or viewers or my girl if she wants to set. So that's why I always get stuff like that are that people are selling, because that's how I got mine. I didn't actually make that. I bought all the pieces. So yeah, you got your jukebox back here in case you actually want to hear some music. I don't. And then you got here, I added some carpet under there to kind of give it that weird, nice home vibe. You can't even really tell until you're like in it with like a light. It's pretty dope. And this was the second version of this umbrella awning thing I've done in here. I like it because it gives it seclusion from the headlights up there, but it also allows you to still see and peer into your trophy room right here, which is kind of cool. And like this weird, you know, botanical garden corner, succulents and stuff. So, I mean, yeah, it could be better. I mean, like, but I'm just kind of like I said, I eventually spend too much time on this and I like give up and I go to bed. But that's just like an update. I don't know if I have an update for my channel on what everything looks like, so I've decided to do that. Let's see, it's actually, well, it was holding at 19,000. Come on, just stay there for a while. Just act normal for a while. Internet, this has been quite the carousel the last couple days. Okay, so we're gonna move from here. I'm not really, like I said, not in the mood to build, but that is definitely one of the things that I was building. This is where you get the vault shelter, the small deal. The lobby, not the lobby, the smaller one of, I forget what it's called, the service shelter or something like that. I would say it's one of my top first stops if you were doing a new playthrough, was to do that. Bloody spacesuit. That's disgusting. Why do I want a bloody spacesuit? Why can't I just get a spacesuit? Can I get the bloody space helmet too? That's just terrible. Why couldn't you give us... Oh, because the clean is too clean, huh? You couldn't just... You have to literally have blood like this is... Excuse my ranting, it's just shit. Alien ammo box. Bro, get me that. Like, tomorrow. Like, I'm going to actually work to that right now. I didn't even realize what that was. An aid box? Nice. Is it the same size as the aid box, or is it just kind of like cubed? And then the scrap boxes? Oh, okay, we got these cubes. Nice. The only reason why I'm actually so happy about that is because my octagon would actually look pretty sick with like a different corner with like a cube like that. It would actually work pretty well. In the healing arch, you can have that going into that like relatively easily because I don't have a door. So I gotta work to level 23. Let's see. You see, I'm only like excited about this stuff to build. It's so stupid. I don't even do the quests. easiest way to get this up is to do dailies and weeklies, but that doesn't mean that I'm not gonna like try to do like cool things like I just did. The only reason why I would like this white neon light thing is because number one, it's neon, and I always like neon. Number two, the white, excuse me, the actual glow. And the alien display might be cool, might not be cool. I don't know. I can't wait to just get tons and tons of tickets. I don't even know. And then there's no mini season already, or I missed it, or whatever. I don't even care anymore. Okay, Ranger Obsidian Paint. I gotta get that too. Level 42, that's quite a dip. Alright, I'm not gonna do that tonight, clearly. But, wait a minute, I can get this for no tickets. And then this. And then use one of these. Yeah. Alright, so 30%. And then let's go do some weeklies and dailies. What the hell's going on? I think I'm gonna leave the server and come back. But I'm gonna spawn in somewhere else first. Like, clearly, no one's gonna buy my shit way up here, dude. It's just not gonna happen. You know how many people buy stuff up there? Not a lot of people. People that have no lives buy things from people that are, like, on the outskirts of life. And bring them cash for their crap. So, once I get here, I'm going to reload. So the RAM said it's going to be able to be here by the 10th through the 14th, depends on travel, so we'll see. But at that point, we'll be able to probably emulate solely on my PC at that point, because I will be rocking, instead of 4 gigabytes of RAM, which is literally what I've been doing everything with so far, including the emulating and OBS at the same time, which is very difficult. Or let's say RAM intensive, not difficult. Well, it's got 2 brains. It doesn't have hyper-threading though. So like the problems that I'm running into is my phone overheats. This product of Samsung overheats. This Galaxy, it overheats like super quick. I can't even stress how much it overheats. They literally built it and they didn't even care that it was like, oh, it overheats. Oh, whatever. What the fuck? We'll just sell it. They were like on crack. I don't know what the fuck happened, but. Their department was like, dude, we're not gonna lose money now. Just sell them. I'm like the only guy that bought it, like, because I needed a new phone that decently like ran, and like they're like, it runs great. It just overheats. Oh, in the desert, I'm thinking to myself, oh, this'll last. Here I am, like not even 3 years later, and like the phone is like barely working. Like remedial tasks, great. Internet browsing, great. I can barely hold like 25 pages open without it starting to glitch. Like my wife's phone, a newer phone, like I think it's not the 23rd Samsung Galaxy, it's the 24. It can have like 100 pages open and it doesn't even flinch. So like imagine if I had that for emulating with us. Like it would be so much funner. Like in general, it would be like way easier to work and anyway. But yeah, she needs her thing too. So she's like got the better phone in that aspect. So like I don't feel bad buying some RAM for this old computer so we can actually have something that works. That way, maybe I don't need to buy a new computer. We won't really know until we try this out and we'll see how it runs. So that's like 6 days. Maybe sooner. Maybe later. But right, average 6 days. And I have to contact probation either tomorrow morning, which this is Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We'll do Monday at 6, so that the 6th, or the 7th or the 8th. One of those days I have to shoot a picture and GPS show them where I am. Oh my god, my cat's are up here with me. That's cool as hell. Okay, help the Rush King Beastmaster up the train of the clock. I haven't done that very often. Let's try and get there. Oh god, okay, let's see. I have just enough weight to fast travel and not worry about it. I guess first things first, because I said I was going to leave, but only because let's see how many people are over here. See, there's no one. I'm not playing on an empty server, like, because there's just, I can't do anything by myself. There's no fucking chance. Excuse my French, but like, I'm just too new to this game. I don't have much at all, actually, when it comes to like decent ultra sight or anything like that. I have nothing like that. No ammo when it comes to ultra sight. Like, I try to get 10s, ultra sight 10s, and like have them in stock. They go pretty quick, but like I use them too, and they don't pack a punch like I wish they would. And you need to figure that out. You need to add like, and what ultra sight ammo does is it doesn't do much. Like, and that's why I don't really like this game too much, because at least in New Vegas they have different ammo types. Like explosive incendiary damage, the regular bullet, all different bullets. Like, I'm talking, you don't need to change the chamber to change it from alien blaster cryo to alien blaster poison to alien blaster overcharged. You get what I mean? And like, I think that really brung New Vegas to a whole new level of realism, because in like back then it was the only game that did it. Now we got this washed down version where you have to change the actual receiver to get the damage. Like, okay, yeah, but then like you have to build the whole like clip around. Like, you can't just carry different clips. You get what I mean? Like, the ammo type is solely dependent. It's like independent, and your gun mod is what makes the ammo do something, which isn't. It should just be like the ammo is the ammo, and you don't need a mod for the ammo to do something different. You get what I mean? Like, it should just be like how they had different Fat Man, like Big Boy. Like, how do you do that in this? You don't. Like, how you don't. You just don't. So consequently, people don't do it. They don't like 76 because of it. I like it because I like the building. Well, apparently this doesn't fix the whole Mirelurk thing. That still happens. Shit, whatever. So I loaded back in here. How many people are on this one? Breaching clear. Well, there's one person right there. That doesn't mean there's okay, there's a couple over there on that lake. Are they? That doesn't mean that they're high enough level to help me, though. Whoa. Those other guys barely did. Is it like under here? I think it is. It is. Oops. I got too close. Now it's gonna have to pay. With its life. And its meat. That sounds bad, but it, like, honestly probably tastes pretty good. That reminds me of crab. Now, where... Is there really another one, or... It says like there is, but I don't believe him. The dog is like looking at it, or what's going on here? Come on. Oh, no wonder. Uh-oh. It is under there, stuck. again, we're working through the glitches together because this is the first time this has happened, so just bear with me here. See, it's like stuck right here. And, wait, no. I just saw it. Now I'm gonna run out of oxygen. This is great. But, yeah. It said it right there, the main. Is it, is it in the, it's in here. Because it glitched up or what? Because it's not hitting anything. That's great. Hi, fam. I'm sorry that you're like stuck in there and you don't know how to get out. You just wanted to get free. It went literally was like this. Whoa. Shit, bro. Someone likes their fancy new gun. Okay, so maybe jump like mile in the air, man, mile in the air. Okay, so let's see what's going on. I'm not worrying too much about, because I have hours to do this stuff, but let's see. I just kind of wanted to read before I go anywhere what I need to do. To Kilo Wendigo, I know where to go. Take a camera picture at Nuka World on tour. Oh, fuck. Okay, so deal fire damage to enemies. Okay. Complete a gold star challenge. Let's go to challenges, dailies. That's so weekly. Wait, what were they then? Is it, that's just some random challenge under that? Okay, so I gotta collect 2 more teddy bears. Craft or scrap a piece of power armor. That's awesome. Okay, I gotta figure that out. I could just craft one. Okay, and then drink Nuka-Cola Cranberry. I don't know if I have any more of those, but if I do, this will be easy. Okay, so that's... See, I gotta... Where does it say track? Track, and then track, and then weekly track, and then track, and then whatever, dude, and then we'll see how big the list is on this. Okay, yeah. Alright, let's go with that. So I gotta sell stuff, that's cool. Let's get some XP going here. Speaking of XP, I gotta take a hit, and then we're literally gonna go run like as much stuff as we can right now. So like, I'm basically gonna take my wireless controller with me right now and just grab as much ammo. Just like, stick with me, okay? And we're gonna dispose of all the new crap I just got from the dog down there instantly at the scrap box, and then we're gonna grab more alien blaster ammo because I was gonna run out of that. In retrospect, I should be using different things by now, like that the dual shot like gauze cannon or something, not the cannon, just like a minigun but electromagnetic cells and like rail rifle type deal. It's kind of crazy. And I really should be using something like that I have infinite ammo like this, but like in reality, like I can make ammo at such abundance at this point with the cards, the perk cards I got, that when I'm selling it for cheap, it's literally just to get it like to people that need it. If I could sell it for like a half a cap or a deal, like if I could make special deals on ammo, like I could do like buy 4 get 1 free, or buy 3 get 1 free, or something like that. So like you have increments, like buy 4 at the price of a cap, and then you get 1 free, or something like that. So when you are like buying in bulk, you get free rounds or something like that. Like, but like if you equate it to that, like you can always figure out an algorithm to be like how many free things you could just want to give people that are free, and just put things for like 0 caps in your vendor, which is kind of what I do sometimes. Like if I have an overstock of something and I'm just like, you know what, maybe somebody needs it more than I am, and like half the time it's actually a decent level, like low level person who probably doesn't have lots of ammo that are going to use it. And yeah, so I needed that stone. Now that I knew there was koi fish in there, oh my god, I wish I would have gotten that. That was a while back. I almost did it. I forgot what I got instead. And these dumb things is like all these challenges, it's not even that bad. Like the collected teddy bear, that's 2 of them. If I can get like, that doesn't mean that I can just pick up teddy bears out of my inventory. Like, but I know where you can get teddy bears. Like, just it's not even that hard. Like you can go to the train stations, sometimes have teddy bears. There's a few places specifically that have teddy bears. Like I know one place up here on this monorail, if you've never been, like it's in the sky, and you got to you can find a teddy, one of the ginger teddies up there, like every time pretty much. So you could do that, or you could do, I'm sure there's a couple in here like in the White Springs or around the areas that I'm not really aware of that is just easy. Or vendors. I'm assuming if you buy one from a vendor that counts, because I bought a bumblebee just now, and that's why it says 1 collected. So you can always remember that if you selling them right now, that people can actually get their stuff completed quicker. Craft fish bits. So I need to fish. That's very easy to do. Craft ballistic ammo. That is very easy to do. Cripple a scorched leg. That is pretty easy to do once you get over here, and you can just use the ballistic and it should work. Kill occultists. I forget where the cultists are. The cultists are the moth cultists? Okay, scrap junk to produce fiber optics. That's going to be a little bit more of a difficult one, but we'll work through it, okay? Sell a weapon to an NPC vendor. 4 of them already dead. Oh, you know what, that counts as getting tickets. So you could, you know what I mean. You could sell extra weapons that are starred to those ones and just get the tickets back. You don't actually have to sell it for caps only. Just tickets that you have to give over here to the rusty pick guy. Yeah, I should do a video on that guy because I don't really go there very often. Okay, let's see. So first things first, I gotta figure out if I have a cranberry because that gives me XP, and then I gotta go kill a Wendigo. Then I gotta take a camera, and then I think I actually have some camera film and a camera already. I gotta get a flamethrower out and use that to kill cultists, apparently, or I can get the cremator out. That would be fun because I haven't used that yet, to kill either the Wendigo or the cultists while I search the town for teddy bears. Craft ballistic ammo. That is going to be stupid freaking easy, and I'm not even going to like start off doing that. That's going to be like, I'm going to get back and finish that because there's 3 days left for that. That's fucking, come on, man. It should be like you get like 10 minutes to do this to get like Not 7 days to craft that ammo. That's 65 ammo. Like, if you don't use more than that, you're just not going to use that ammo. And then I got the fish bits. I'm trying to get the... Okay, because it's... Basically, you get one fish, and then you can get, like, a few fish bits from it. I just gotta remember, I gotta get... To fish, I don't think you even need bait. I think you could just put your lure... Oh, it's got the thing stuck on the screen again. Crap, I hate that. I wonder if I do this... Damn it, it's still there. You see it go away for a second too. That was troll. Okay, so you see how you can't even see like the whole left side of my freaking inventory? This is why we're dealing with this right now, because I can't see what the fuck I'm doing with that big old thing. Just let me go take a hit, because maybe we'll get a better lobby too when we're loading right now, because I don't even know. There's usually like tons of people on. Like there's still Japan's waking up, right? Like in like 20 minutes or something like that, or like an hour and 20 minutes. Isn't it 3 o'clock, the witching hour or something for that reason? Because like first it's Japan, and then it's China, and then, you know, the East European. At least that's how I always thought of it. I don't understand. It kind of looks like NCR, like literal old school NCR camo. You know what I mean? Like, it says NCR Trooper Bundle. Me. Hold on, let me see this. I mean, I like me some NCR stuff. Don't get me wrong, it's just I have been playing New Vegas quite often. Like, new stuff is always liked. If they're gonna do the one that I like, I think I like the Bandoiler one the best, and I think that's what they did. It'd be great if they actually increased the speed reload. Or I'm sorry, if it gave you a speed, like a buff to your reload speed. Well, right now at 137, we're pretty much not having a problem with it going below 19 kilobytes per second. I kind of am wanting to reset my OBS at this point and call it 4.4. You get what I mean? So if people are looking for stuff, they're not looking for yesterday's news. Let's see. We'll do that in a bit. We'll see if I have to restart here in a second, because I'm trying to see if I'm losing frames still. It says I think I'm losing frames at 44%. I'm not sure if that was like back then and it's gonna die down again, or if that's the max that it was at, was 44% of my frames were drops back then. Oh wow, they had a little fluctuation, but it actually went up to 21 kilobytes per second, which I haven't seen in a long time. Oh, then it went down to red at 11 and 10. That's what I mean. At least it's actually on the high end. Like, it's unacceptable for it to go to 0. Like, I'm not taking 0 at all. Like, I'm not going for that. 0? Like, no, remember, like, today's stream I couldn't boot it like 3 times because it kept going to 0 apparently, and then it was trying to reconnect it, and it couldn't even get to the point of reconnecting it before it was like, there's not even a signal. It thought the stream ended because there's literally was no upload. And I was like, I'd go and check for upload, and I had a little bit. I'm like, what the? I had like 10 megabytes. I was thinking to myself, what the? I kept checking it, and then like sometimes it would glitch and it wouldn't even show like 1 megabyte. So I'm like, oh man, so this is deep. So I had to talk to my internet provider last night, and oh, it's legendary. So I had to basically talk to them. I sent them a whole synopsis of the problem. Told them that I'm gonna be like doing a sponsorship with them, and thanks for bearing with my, because I do streams at night, you know. So like if it doesn't work at night, it's not like I can't wait for the morning, because I kind of need it to be resolved when I'm working at night. Like, you know, like I'm not trying to be like that, but it is kind of like what it is. So, and so in my sense, I'm offering my ability to sponsor them on my channel, because they're really are nice people, and they offer a great service in an area that really does not have anything like this. Like, if it wasn't for this, I would have to hotspot my phone and connect everything to my phone, and have it maybe inside my freezer or something to keep it from overheating because of the fucking problem. So, and it's just a chip of my phone. It's just a horrible made chip. I can't believe it. In the US standards, it would have been a recall. Like, you can't just have these phones like overheat and you can't even use them. It's not the same spec as what you're selling it, because it thermal throttles at like, I'm literally having to find apps without having to jailbreak it. Like, you know, the term jailbreak is loose, because in Android terms it's called root. You need to root the device, which in sense wipes everything off of it. So I can't just do that. Oh, and I hear it like bans you from Samsung store and stupid stuff like that. Literally burns something in your phone to where, like, you're able to do something like, let's say, change your font. Just simple stuff like that like I was trying to do naturally, and like there was back doors that no longer work as of like apparently last month, which kind of sucks, because it's always like that with me. It's like, oh, I just missed it or something. No story of my life, you know. I try not to get too down about it, but at least, you know, I haven't updated my my operating system for a long time. I was kind of hoping that just in case I needed to do something like that to help get it to work properly for what I'm trying to do, use it for streaming and emulating and stuff like that. If I need to get the right one by rooting it, eventually I will. Like, I don't even care about Samsung. Like, it's my device. I want to be able to do something with it that I want, and I'm not going to like have a government tell me like I can't do something with my device, because I feel like I'm going to win that in court. Like, the whole deal is like I'm not doing anything malicious with it, and like I would buy software or make my own software, so it's all like, it is what it is, and it's just utility at the end of the day. And anyway, that was my defense for when I jailbroke. I used to do jailbreaking for Apple, for the Apple devices. This is, I can't believe it. So I have my own, like, they just spawn in here, I guess. That's kind of awkward. And then you can just go in there and hide and they can't hit you. That's kind of crazy, to be honest with you. I just did that passively and I had no idea that, like, you just, oh, they can't hit you now, huh? You just disappear. Alright, but anyway, all realism aside, like, when the iPod touches came out and stuff, you could jailbreak those relatively easy back in the day. And I used to get all this stuff for free as a kid, like Cydia and stuff, and just try different things out. And then I would understand the culture, and then, like, if I really liked the app, I would buy the app, dude. Like, I would undo the jailbreak, I would do everything after I knew what to do, and then go and buy the stuff. Like, it just kind of helps people understand if it's worth their money. And, like, in my opinion, the only thing I really liked jailbreaking the most was making a different user interface, because I hated Apple's just, like, simple interface, and I knew it was tied to the fact that old people can't use phones. So you're going to make the phone so stupid simple that it is like Windows XP on dust crack, and it's like you swipe, you have widgets on your phone, is super stupid simple. I always like the more intricate UIs that you can't even really tell what's going on. Like it's some type of alien circuitry, and like I was trying to recreate that the other day, and it was just the closest I got to was like this app called Good Lock you get off of Samsung store, and you can basically make your own theme, just shy of changing like certain like text font colors and things like that, user interface themes like that. Like you can't change too much when it comes to the core of the phone, but you can change how, like, let's say your lock screen looks and certain things like that. Like it would make your apps a little bit more transparent if you want, and to just tune it a little bit to more where I would have liked it, because I'm trying to get it to the point to where it's just a black screen, and it doesn't register too much extra CPU usage to do anything else other than emulate and then output to Twitch. And I chill that device down in the freezer for about 10 minutes before stream, or as its stream settles, I guess, as it's heating up. And then I pull it out, and I have to keep throwing it in there and play emulating games for about 30 minutes until it like overheats, and then throw it back in there for 10 minutes or something like that until the battery dies. And that I can do that for about 2 or 3 hours. Whereas like this Xbox thing, we've been going on now for hours, and I don't even have to worry about it overheating now because I got it cleaned. Like, it's hot, don't get me wrong, it's pumping out heat, man. Look at this beautiful game. It's actually running a lot better. Like, I know that sounds like cliche, like, but bro, 13 years of dust caked onto that circuit board, and now it's brand new. You can tell. I'm not gonna be like, oh god, oh, he's just saying that, no, bro, like, you can tell. Like, it's not just in the room, like the air, you can tell, like, oh, it's clean in here. No, like, it's literally like smoother. Like, I couldn't, all these extra jumping motions, and right now I would have been thermal throttled like so long ago. Like, kiss all this goodbye. That's why I was trying to get over there to do the seismic activity event, but like the freaking game glitched. But that's a bug. That's not like my console. Like, that's literally a game bug, and there's differences. Like, this is why I should be a game developer, or at least one of those bug testers that go in and, you know, tell you, hey, look, there's a bug here, fix it. You know, like that thing. Like, can you fix it? And if not, you gotta tell the community, because they're gonna be hating. But yeah, no, it's just kind of stupid how, like, if ever I need to get into my suit to go someplace really quick, like, I can't do it because I gotta like wait for it to register that I'm not able to get into my suit, and then it says, oh wait, you gotta wait 60 seconds, and then that, you realize how like some people do these, they speed run these things so fast. You can get through like two or three maybe bounty hunts in like 2 minutes lately. With how people be flopping back and forth between them, just going, people were going crazy back in the day, like when they first came out. I didn't understand how they were doing it, or what was even happening. I've never done my own, so I don't really even know how to talk about it. But like, it just seemed to me like I kept seeing it come up on the screen, and I would like, oh, I gotta fast travel again, and like I would just stay in my suit, because like every time I had to get into it to go somewhere else, like it would always glitch. So that's why like I would always walk around. But then like I realized I was running out of fusion cores like way too fast, and I was like so tired of having to go to the glitchiest place on the map, which is the fusion reactor, the place over there that creates the fusion cores over at the nuclear power plant. Like, if I have extra, that's why I was waiting to have my nuclear material like more than just 12 or whatever, so I can go and just put my own nuke thing there, and I don't have to redo their nuke system and just farm fusion cores and be done with it. Because I don't want to have to go through the whole like 30-minute quest to get the factory to be in the nominal. I don't even care. Like, I've done it so many times, I don't care. So, like, I wish like you could do it quicker, and like it just doesn't matter to me. Like, if there was a thing where you could stack like If it for sure, like, next time you got on a server, like, it was still like that, then maybe. But, like, it's just every time, then no. Like, what the fuck? Like, why would you? Like, after a while, it is pretty redundant, as they say. Monotonous and redundant. So that's, like, why I like to build crazy structures like this and not get too into the quest line, because to me, this game is, like, it's a standalone, set aside from quests. Like, you can't really add quests to the impending quest of always making your base the best it can be. And, like, obviously just trying to use in-game resources and, like, textures and stuff to do it. Like, to me, all this stuff right here, it would have already been having plenty of different artifacts, like, not happening. Like, and I could just be saying this because I had just, you know, this was going to be a $40 game, but, like, they had a spring deal where you can get it for 10 bucks, so I got it. And I thought that I wouldn't have to get the essential plan every month to play it, but I guess because it's an online game, you have to get it anyway. It kind of made me upset, excuse my French, but I was like, damn, I tried to save money, ended up having to buy both. I was like, so stupid. Fuck me, dude. So, you know, you win some, you lose some, but, I mean, at least in reality, I think it actually gives me more time to where if I need to step away or something, like, it doesn't consider me AFK to the point to where, like, it kicks me off the streaming service. And I get a better, obviously, a bit rate and resolution because I actually own the game, so this is the full game, as they say. So, like, I don't know if, like, some of the things that I'm attributing to me cleaning the Xbox is to just having the game being bought. If you get what I'm trying to talk about, then, you know, you're a trooper, because I'm kind of like, yeah, droning on about this. But anyway, yeah, it's just kind of crazy how different the game does look when that button is clicked. It just seems like everything is a little less hollow, if that makes sense. Like, even those down to those lines over there, like where the butterflies are, like, obviously phasing through still, like, fuck it, like, that's still, you're not gonna be able to fix that. That's really hard unless you're able to fly the butterfly yourself, bro. Like, yeah, good luck. But the netting, the green netting, it looks like it's a different color than it used to be, and it's, like, not as shaky. Like, it's actually there. Like, the texture is there. It's not like a fake texture. Does that make sense? Like, it's not rendering something with, like, half of its resolution because it's streaming. It's being streamed. So, like, that's the difference. Like, even if you're paying for these streaming services, you think you'd be paying for these games, right? To get the full experience from them? Nope. You're getting, like, a washed down version of them. It's kind of like how that board over there looks right now, and then eventually it changes. Used to think that that was my console getting too hot, but now it's like, it leads me to believe that it is kind of just Bethesda game code as well. And, like, because my character is facing forward, there is no reason to render behind it as much in the peripheral, because it's kind of a camera glitch. Get me? Like, I'm not really supposed to be seeing that. But then again, like, everything else is perfectly rendered behind it too, down to the trees, so it's kind of ridiculous. It's a bug to me. That's a bug. I don't know what's up with that. But if I get off and, like, look at it, bet it'll change here. Or maybe they never really updated the texture to this, because it looks like this is textured correctly. Like, the metal, at least. Maybe not the numbers, huh? Damn it. And this is one of the newer ones that they put it on here, too. Maybe it's gonna get better. Hopefully it gets better, because it is kind of, like, lame, in my opinion. It's, like, not as detailed as it could be at all. Like, you can't even tell that's 33, bro. Like, that's sad. Like, that's, like, 8s. You have to use inductive reasoning, like, oh, look, it's 32 behind it, and that's 31, I think, because, yep, It's just kind of sad. But other than that, man, this game really is holding down the fort, man. I gotta give it to Bethesda for keeping these servers up and running. Because I saw a video today about how 14, they call them the Noble 14. Where there's 14 people around the world that kept the Halo 2 servers open a while longer, and they obliged to keep it open until they saw the struggle and their plight, and they kind of thought that they were like, doing their thing, like helping everyone, wondering like why wasn't anybody else playing and helping them. That's what I was thinking. Like I didn't remember that. Where was I? But like crazy. Like I guess that was the true story of how Halo 2 died. Is like they had a final 14 like battle royale type deal, and that ended up being it sparked a revolution or whatever for the Halo guys and people in Halo, and they saw that, they're like, we see you. They made a statement saying that we see you, and that was probably like really big back then. So like anyway, they're like legends. There was just 2 people, there was down to 2 people, and then one, and then it's like you couldn't get back on the server once you got kicked off. So like your Xbox had to stay on, and no power outages and no nothing like that. So like it just reminds me of like right now my Xbox is perfectly clean and stuff. Like I would be down to like it wouldn't disconnect. Like at this point, like there wouldn't be no random like overheating spike and then it shuts down and glitches. I haven't had that right now. My God, there's 2 people that just came up and walked into my house. And I have my cat like just sitting right beneath my feet, bro. This is like the greatest picture ever. Like this cat is like on point with AI right now. They're like, what? That person looks like Link, low-key. See how like got the green, all the green on? That's pretty cool. See, more people are on right now, like I said, in about 20 minutes. Funny, huh? Okay, what we're gonna do, we were going to do a whole bunch of those things really quick, but I gotta grab, I wish I had a TV dinner I could eat. I'm actually pretty hungry after that, those fries. That's probably not gonna happen. I don't know. Let's see. I had bean dip, but I ate it all. Let's see. Quick snack. What do I got here? I got ramen. I got a couple things I can make like ramen. Or I got the microwave bean deal. I could do that. They're in a plastic cup. I'd never had them before. That's why I got like $3 for $1 or something like that. They're just little small bean cups. They're probably not even going to fill me up, like all 3 of them, but like just one would probably help get my stomach off of like all the late night Dr. Pepper. That's what I'm just worrying about, is drinking all the soda and like not having any food. Excuse me. Trying to be a little healthier. Okay, but you see this. This is why I always get all the gold and stuff from the shops, and why the extra nuclear material I have goes directly into this stuff. So, you see how there's 4? I could build 4 at a time? I used to build this when there was just, I could only make 1 at a time. And I would still do this. So I'm telling you, like if I had what I did now, like back then, like, ooh, man, we'd be rolling on this stuff. But you know, you live and you learn, and if I could teach the next generation, I will. So you see all this extra ammo, like I gotta get some, don't I have camera? Where is it? Camera, film. Let's just take 4 or 5, and then I gotta get my camera and I gotta get fuel. But here's all my, see, hundreds. 400 cherry, almost 400 Nuka-Cola. That's why I have been getting Nuka-Cola, the Nuka Quantums from the, well, the Jamboree is a good one. A lot of people like to go to Jamboree because the kills, it's very active. It's really hard to do by yourself. Weaponized Nuka-Cola, yes. Even with all this stuff right here, you couldn't even do it really by yourself. You'd have to have like one of those like guns that do this, or just a regular these. Where the did I sold all my fuel? No, it's right here. What the fuck? Okay, excuse me, dude. I'm just, oops, here we go. We're gonna do that because we gotta kill 25 people. Or we gotta do a lot of flame damage or something like that. Okay, let's see. Where is my gun? That literally says I'm going to burn up. Where is it here? It says did I not just take, I didn't take it out of my, did it, please tell me I made it though. Like I swear to God I made it. This right here has heat damage on it. So I could just do that. Okay, this has heat too. Right here, the crew is totally fire. That would work great. The dumb thing is that's not what I wanted. I wanted the, it's like a, you know, the one that shoots fireballs instead of the flames. I just wanted, it's like a cremator, I thought. Something simple. You can aim and not be so close. I think I got 9 Molotov cocktails. Dude, I could just do the damage in that alone. The Molotov cocktail. Oh, look, see, I got my camera. Okay, so we're pretty set for the majority of the quests. I need to change the skins for these now that I got that, which is another reason why I wanted, because I saw that on West Tech's video today, that we gotta, like, because I'm tired of it looking like this. That's ridiculous, bro. That clip is just ridiculous, bro. You don't see a clip like that on this quad. Come on, bro. Like, come on. Right here, see, there. All right, bro. All right. So I have the fuel I need. Let's try it out. And then talk about Quantum Deconstructor. So this is the Nuka-Cola. And then there's an armor penetration on a 600 shot of Nuka-Cola Quantum ammo, bro. Like that. And plus you got 25% damage while aiming. It's gonna derp you. It's a pretty good one, especially for like a pack of like ghouls or something, bro. Like if you like hit the center mass of the pack, it's good. It's like a ray gun. It's pretty sick. Like I really like it when you have a good reload speed going. All right, let's see here. What I gotta get going here is, since I have all that, I just needed to get the ammo. Now I have it. Now I just need to go kill the Wendigo. Hopefully not crash when I get into my suit. Oh god, I gotta... Okay, that's done. Now I have some bait in order to get the fish pits later. Okay, because that's good. That was one of the last things that I didn't know if I had. And then let me just put these away because everything weighs things in this game. Then I'm gonna grab some more aliens. Blaster shells. There's that. Okay, so now we're not running out of anything, all right? Because I mean I'm tired of it. I'm tired of thinking I'm gonna run out. I'm not gonna run out. There's no running out. 15,000. I just don't want to carry them all around on me. All right, so you know less numbers for the computer to transpawn to the server. All right, that's all. Just trying to. What the? I got out of nowhere. I didn't do that. I don't know what happened, bro. Look. I did not just discover a new glitch. I'm going to have to go back there and look on my camera and see if I didn't grab anything. Did you see me grab anything? I didn't grab any of these fusion cores. You should go back and look for me because I'm going to have to go look in a second because this is scaring me. Anyway, I'm going to kind of ignore that for a second because even if I did, it's highly unlikely I'm going to be able to recreate that. That's not the right one. But it's always smart. You know what I'm going to do? Put this down. And then I'm going to attach the pieces that I don't want just sitting in my inventory. Like this. I'll put it on it. And then, although I need it, right? But not as much as I need this off of me, right? So now it's the same as this. Now it really is two of the same deals. Hunter, oh, he was selling two, so I'll put this one on here and then I'll get rid of this one, and then who knows, maybe I'll sell that one. No, I'm going to keep this one. Oh, damn, that dude sold it for 300 caps and it's worth 12,000. What the f? Okay, some people are just really trying to get rid of it. Yeah, we're having a little hiccup. It's going back down to 8 kilobytes per second. I wonder why. At 8, I'm sorry, 8,000. Although everything else seems to be running pretty fine. Let's see. I know I probably missed the moonshining one, but it's like literally not like in the slightest. Like I said, I've done so many of these quests. See, look, it's still going on. 7 minutes. Go. that sucked.
Want to use you to further my own goals? I may be starting to like you. Now, I don't want you thinking your pal Rose is going soft on you, so let me just say this. You with this here saw and string your entrails up like Christmas tinsel. Nothing personal.
less lag. But I gotta go pick up the TV, and then I'll be back. This is my family's old TV, so I gotta be careful with it, and I gotta clean it eventually. But it's worth it. gonna come back when I got all the stuff, so I'm just gonna give everything a break, but I mean, I kind of want to see the stability and keep it going, so I'm just gonna leave it on, but yeah. So like as of right now, it's been restarted for 20 minutes and it's only gotten 191 frames dropped, which is nothing. Usually you would be at like 20,000. So I'm just trying to see if it keeps it up.
I'll be straight with you. I think we're past the point where I just want to use you to further my own goals. I may be starting to like you. Now, I don't want you thinking your pal Rose is going soft on you, so let me just say this. If you ever get it in your head to screw me over, I will gut you with this here saw and string your entrails up like Christmas discs. Nothing personal.
Never was much of a builder myself.
Okay, so I'm back. I got the TV, and I'm gonna have to clean it. But first, I'm gonna try to turn it on and see if it works still.
Talking. I mean, I'm so careful when I'm up and
Okay, but it was quiet for an hour straight. I'm just gonna go back.
It's just all the noise when I'm trying to sleep. Dude, I'm sleeping. It's been weeks.
you.